Well, 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 well. So the Cowboys are in a real situation now. Because now we just found out, in case you didn't see my video from last night, Marcus Mariota is going to be the quarterback for the Washington Commanders for the remainder of the season. And this is why you take care of your business. Because now the team that you needed to help you, Jaden Daniels was back, but now that they're out of contention, they've decided on Marcus Mariota. And while I believe that Marcus Mariota can probably pull out one win, I think it's going to be almost impossible for him to pull off 2 wins in 3 weeks. And of course, I still say the Bills are going to beat him. But I'm not mad at the Washington Commanders. I'm not even mad at Jerry Jones, because I know some are still wanting to be mad at Jerry Jones. But I'm going to have to put this where I believe it belongs. Jerry Jones is going to have to do some soul searching. Because Jerry Jones, with all the things he put on this team this year, Jerry Jones has been failed by coaching. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Yep. And we are still cheering for the Dallas Cowboys because they are our team. Even if they are not America's team, they are our team. And we will continue to cheer them on, but we are also going to tell the truth. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy hitters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this video, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We still have a lot more content coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Y'all will have to forgive me today. I will be in preaching mode today. I will be in preaching mode because I am going to tell the truth about the Dallas Cowboys. And the thing with the Dallas Cowboys, it has been a coaching failure. And I'm going to give you all the proof you need to understand this is a coaching failure. And it's not just Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus is low-hanging fruit. It is not just Matt Eberflus. Brian Schottenheimer. I told y'all I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer until the wheels fall off. But he has failed the Dallas Cowboys. And the way he has failed the Dallas Cowboys, I'm pretty sure you're going to be surprised when I show you. Because it's not just his offensive play calling. Nah, I'm going to show you throughout this entire season, step by step by step by step, Brian Schottenheimer, while he's been great, but he's also been a failure. I hope he can improve on these things. Because Brian Schottenheimer is going nowhere. I know he's going nowhere. He's not going anywhere next year. But I can tell you this type of failure will not be tolerated by Brian Schottenheimer next season. I guarantee you Jerry won't tolerate it. I guarantee you. But I'm riding with Shotty. But I hope Shotty can learn from all of his mistakes, because he has made some megaton mistakes. I'm not giving, I know, we want to just, oh, it's Matt Eberflus. No, it's not just Matt Eberflus. I got plenty for Matt Eberflus today. Don't you worry. I got plenty for Matt Eberflus. But I'm an equal opportunity employer, and I got to tell the truth. Brian Schottenheimer has a lot of responsibility. He holds a lot of culpability in this just total failure that we are watching right now. This is where we're going today. We're gonna warm things up with this Jerry Jones presser. We're gonna warm things up with this Jerry Jones presser. Then I'm gonna take you to the Matt Eberflus mistake. I said this when the season started. I had questions about this Matt Eberflus hire. I had questions about it. The Matt Eberflus mistake. Then I'm gonna show you Brian Schottenheimer again, continuously outcoached. It's not just Matt Eberflus. Brian Schottenheimer is continuously outcoached. We've seen flashes of what this team can be. But unless they make these improvements going into this offseason, we're gonna see what we saw this year. This team, there is no doubt in my mind, this team was talented enough as it is right now. And we know it needs some work. It was talented enough right now to at least go to the second round in the playoffs. Right now, this team was talented enough. Coaching failed it. Not Jerry Jones. Coaching failed it. Not just Matt Eberflus. Coaching failed it, including Brian Schottenheimer. I'm gonna even show y'all today Michael Irvin. I don't know if y'all have seen Michael Irvin's reactions to the Cowboys' loss, but I'm telling you, Michael Irvin is thinking along these same lines. I just caught wind of it today before I came on. Michael Irvin is thinking the same thing. Michael calls it, he can't put his finger on it. Oh, I can put my finger on it. I can put my finger on it, and I'm gonna show it to you. And we're gonna end with me giving you the failure rant, because I'm gonna show you every place, and probably not every place. I'm gonna show you the major places where Brian Schottenheimer failed this team, and it's major. So that's it for today. Jerry Jones presser, Eberflus mistake, Shotty outcoached, Irvin reacts, and the failure rant. Let's go, let's get it. All right, let's get a quick roll call in. I see y'all are contributing to some of the things that y'all are giving me some extra points. I'll touch on some of those also. Y'all know, y'all are the co-host of this show. I will go into the chat. Let's get a quick roll call. See who's in here in the beginning. I appreciate y'all. John Jones, he said, what up? I say, it's a new Jack City. What is going on, John Jones, what's going on? Salute, Uncle Charles. He said Jerry should have fired the defensive coordinator 5 games ago. You know what? Uncle Charles, I'm gonna take you back even further. You should have never hired him. Jerry is actually reaping what he sowed on Matt Eberflus. He shouldn't have hired him. He should not have hired him. But I understand why Jerry wanted some continuity. Didn't want that big change. But I think that's what this team needed. I think it needed a jolt. I think it needed a change. I don't think it needed any kind of rehash. I think it needed a huge change. I still say Aaron Glenn or a Robert Saleh would have been what this team needed. They didn't do it. The Queen, what's going on? If he don't win the last 3 games, Flu's gone. I believe it. Lord Nova in the crib, what's going on? Jeremy Betts, What is going on? Richard Owens, what's going on? I want to get this show started. Miss Matrix is in the crib. What's going on, Mixed Matrix? 555 Kalex, what's going on? Teddy Drake in this house, what's going on? Dominique Pittman, welcome. He's the regular. Welcome to the congregation. Wazzy Burns, what's going on? Let's go. Corey Adger, what's going on? Let's get this thing started today. Andy Jones, Rock and Roll Riley, I like that name. What's going on? John Henry in the crib today. What's going on? Let's go ahead and read this super chat from Corey Adger. What's going on? He said, for true Cowboy fans, appreciate that. Yes, sir. Bohan Yankovic, what's going on? What is going on with you? Lonnie Cabal, what's going on? Devin Mills, what's going on with you? TJ Tyler, what's going on? Man, our Cowboys is over, man. I cannot believe it. TJ, I'm still gonna hold on, and I'm holding on to that 1%. I'm holding on by a prayer. I'm holding on to that 1% that maybe the Cowboys can win out, and maybe the Philadelphia Eagles can lose out. I gotta hold on to it. Mr. Get Dirty, what's going on with you? Lock and D, what's going on? Mills up in this thing. I know you gonna have some rants to go to. What's going on, Mills? Teddy Drake, Marlon Dillard, James Bowie, what's going on? 72 Chevelle, Davion Wallace, what up? What is going on, Alicia? It's the real estate vet. What's going on, real estate vet? Lloyd Barnes, Trent Smith, what's going on? Anthony Jefferson, JTX Made, my man, JCT Slice, number 1, Dak Prescott fan of number 2. What's going on? He said, I think we should fire Matt Eberflus. He needs to give Dak Prescott every opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and firing Matt for a better DC might help. We still have 4. Yeah. Anthony Jefferson, I agree. He got hired too quick. He got hired too quick. There is no doubt about it. KH up in this thing. He says, bless y'all, Cowboys Nation. What's going on? Let's go. It is my man, the Big Rabowski. What's going on, Big Rabowski? He said, I blame Nico. He put the dark cloud over DFW this year. Yeah. Yes, sir. I get what you're saying. Gippy in the crib. What's going on? What's going on, Elmer Donaldson? Good to see you in here today. All right. Hail Mary is in this thing. Let's get this thing going, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta just give y'all your shout outs. Y'all help me with this show so much. Mizzle Moonglade, what's going on? Jason Lewis, what's going on? Buddy Johnson, what is going on? Let's get this thing going. Appreciate y'all. Paul Talbot, Lynn from the 903. You know I gotta shout you out. Mario Kendrick, what's going on? Same get tet, something like that. Gotcha. Sam said, obviously Jerry is paying you. Well, we'll see. Man, let me tell you, I wish Jerry was paying me. I'd be making way more than this. What is going on with you? All right, let's go. Go Dodgers up in here. J Kidd, Entertainment. Olik, what's going on? All right, guys, let's get this thing going, man, again. Brian Worley, good to see you this afternoon. Junior, what's up, Junior? That sax guy, let's get this thing going. I'm sorry. I just have to greet everybody. Jason Lewis again. I gotta get everybody in. Derek Williams. Appreciate y'all rocking with me today. All right, Mini TCG. Let's go. Bobby Bottles. What's going on? Let's go. Texas Chicano. Let's go. First live stream. Glad you're here today. Let's get into this. So Jerry Jones is over here on 105.3 The Fan today. And Jerry Jones actually alluded to this after the game. You could tell that Jerry Jones was pretty ticked off about losing this game, because I'm telling y'all guys, this team has been totally just embarrassing Jerry Jones. They've been embarrassing Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones goes out and gets these players that nobody thought. Nobody thought Jerry, man, we complained. How many years have we complained? Cowboys, not busy in free agency. They went out and got busy in free agency. Didn't hit on everything, but they hit on quite a few things. I think they hit on Solomon Thomas. They hit on Solomon Thomas for sure. I think they hit on Perion Winfrey, even though Perion Winfrey isn't playing. The Cowboys hit on some of these pieces, the James Houstons of the world. They went out and traded for George Pickens. That has been absolute gangbusters for the Cowboys. Then they went out, they traded Michael Parsons. Everybody lost their mind. And then they came back and got the collective minds back together when we got Perion Winfrey. And so Jerry has done a lot of things this year that nobody believed that Jerry would do. I mean, he's made some great moves this year. Jerry has also made some terrible moves this year. But this happens to everybody. Everybody makes terrible moves. Everybody makes mistakes and gets players that maybe you thought were going to turn out and they didn't turn out. And I still say, hey, color me crazy, I still question whether or not Kaiir Elam is really as bad as he looked with us. Because Kaiir Elam was the best player at training camp. And then Matt Eberflus rolls out his system, and all of a sudden, Kaiir Elam is the worst cornerback on the Cowboys team. What happened? What happened? This is the mistake that Jerry has got to own. Of all the mistakes, when you think about the Kenneth Murray Jr., and I still say maybe he isn't even as bad as he is with the Cowboys. Jack Sanborn, I don't think he's as bad. Because I'm going to tell you the mistake that Jerry Jones has to own. Jerry Jones has to own Matt Eberflus. Jerry Jones has got to own that. Jerry has got to own that he hired a stubborn. Matt Eberflus is the Mike McCarthy of the defense. Mike McCarthy was very stubborn. No matter what, he didn't care what success he had. He always wanted to prove that his West Coast offense was it. Matt Eberflus. Boy, I got so much stuff on Matt Eberflus I'm going to show you today. Jerry Jones has got to own Matt Eberflus. Even with the shortcomings of Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Javonte Williams, they have pretty much been able to overcome some of the bad play calling from Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer has literally rolled the back of Dak Prescott. If there is one coach that Dak Prescott has made look good, it is absolutely Brian Schottenheimer. Because Brian Schottenheimer's plays, they've been boring, they've been predictable. I mean, poor situational football. The line hasn't been as good as they said it was. But Dak Prescott, through scrambling, through stepping up, stepping back, stepping to the side, extending plays, Dak Prescott has put up, once again, MVP video game numbers. But the one thing that Dak Prescott couldn't overcome, George Pickens couldn't overcome, CeeDee Lamb couldn't overcome, Javonte Williams' resurgence couldn't overcome, Quentin Williams couldn't overcome, Damarion Overshown coming back couldn't overcome, Savon Revel Jr. getting on the field couldn't overcome. Of all the things that they all couldn't overcome, they couldn't overcome Matt Eberflus. Jerry got to own that. Jerry got to own that. Of all the credit, and y'all know I will give Jerry a lot of credit, Jerry got to own that. I don't have a problem with Jerry. I don't have a problem with Jerry hiring the defense coordinator. I got a problem with Jerry hiring that defensive coordinator. That's the problem I have. I'm not going to do what we're doing. Some of us, we want to discredit Jerry for hiring Matt Eberflus while not giving him credit for hiring Dan Quinn. Because a lot of us love Dan Quinn. Some of us, hey, we want Mike Zimmer. Who do you think hired Mike Zimmer? Jerry hired Quinn. Jerry hired Zimmer. But Jerry made a mistake in hiring Matt Eberflus. You don't put Matt Eberflus with Brian Schottenheimer. And I believe Jerry thought that he was doing a good thing by putting an experienced coach with a first-time head coach. But that was a mistake. I would have rather Jerry get a coach that had never been a head coach, get you some young, hotshot defensive coordinator. I don't care if you go get the best, defense coordinator. I don't care if you go get the best defensive coordinator from the college ranks. Don't bring in somebody. Don't bring in somebody who thinks he's even better than the head coach that you have, or somebody that's older, per se, than the head coach that you have, and he wants to do what he wants to do. No, you should have brought in a defensive coordinator that's going to listen to your head coach. Somebody who looks up to your head coach. I would have rather them go and get some new hotshot young defensive coordinator than bringing in Matt Eberflus. He's stubborn. He's antiquated. They should have never hired him. No. Al Harris, no. I'm going to tell y'all this, and just understand where I'm coming from. Bringing in Al Harris, it would be the same thing all over again. Because Al Harris would have been nothing but a retread. And Al Harris had already been a part of the system. He's already a part of the Jerry system. You don't want a coach that's a part of the Jerry system. That's all Al Harris would have been. He'd have been one of these coaches that I owe Jerry something. No, and no. No more retreads. No more retreads for the Dallas Cowboys. No more ex-Dallas Cowboy coaches. You need to bring in something new. Bring in something new. Halftime Heather. Halftime. Welcome to the show. I don't think I've seen you before, but welcome to the show. Halftime. Anybody other than what we've heard before. I don't want no Rex Ryan. I don't want Rex Ryan. His brother has been here before. No. No retreads. Absolutely none. Bring in something new. This team actually don't need continuity. It needs a jolt. It needs a jolt. It needs something to come in here and say, this is different. It doesn't need the same old, same old. It doesn't need, hey, yeah, Al Harris, for example, yeah, Cowboys brought back Al Harris. He's going to be the defense coordinator. He was here about 3 years ago with Mike McCarthy. Out. No. No. I'm just telling you the truth today. The Cowboys need something new. They need somebody that's not connected. Somebody that is just flat out, we hired them because they're just doggone good. Kippy, let me tell you something. You know why I don't want Rex Ryan? Why do y'all think this man is still sitting at the desk? You don't sit at the desk this long and you're a great defensive mind, teams will beat your door down. They're not letting you sit and just and rave on ESPN. They're not going to let you do it. They're going to beat your door down, and they're going to say, Rex Ryan, you are too good to be sitting up there talking about football. We need you coaching football. No. No, no, no. The Cowboys need to stop retreading. Stop backtracking. Hey, I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm telling y'all I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer, but I'm going to tell you this. If I could do it all over again, and this is no shot at Brian Schottenheimer, if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have hired Brian Schottenheimer. I wouldn't have hired Brian Schottenheimer. Not because I don't like Brian Schottenheimer, but he was continuity too. Brian Schottenheimer was continuity. And while I do agree that Brian Schottenheimer is a great communicator, I think he's great with people. I think he does all of those things extremely well, helping build this Cowboys culture. I think he's done not a perfect job, but I think he's done a really, really, really good job. But he's failed at one part of that culture, and I'm going to talk about it later on. But I wouldn't even do Brian Schottenheimer because of the continuity, even for Dak Prescott. They needed a jolt. They needed a jolt, y'all, because what they're missing is that jolt. Because the Cowboys continue to fall into comfortability. 3-game win streak, fall back into comfortability. Get Quentin Williams, fall back into comfortability. Oh, we got to play up. We got to win every single game. Oh, we lost the Detroit Lions game. Oh, no big deal. Comfortability. Now we just got to come back and win the next 4. Oh, we lose to the Minnesota Vikings. I'm just telling y'all. I'm crying if it's me. I'm crying if it's me. I don't know how these guys did it. I don't know how they did it on Sunday night. I don't know how they did it. I would have been crying at the podium. There's no way. There is no way I'm not crying. I cannot get used to losing. I can't. I can't do it. I would have been crying at the podium. I don't give a doggone what anyone says. I'm a man, and I would have been crying at the podium. I would have had to cry to not lose my mind. To go into a game as a player and to know my coaching staff failed me. I'm crying at the podium. I don't know how they, but for me, that's where I'm struggling, because you could see, I told y'all this against the Detroit Lions. Man, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get to Jerry Jones. I told y'all this. The Minnesota Viking loss, the Detroit Lions loss didn't make sense to me, because I didn't see the look of total frustration. I saw the look of relief. I saw a look that said, do y'all know how many games we've played over 4 weeks? I'm just glad we got those 4 games out of the way. We won 3 of those 4 games. Okay, I know we lost to the Detroit Lions, but we're relieved. How? I was afraid then. I'm going to tell you something that I told my wife on the way home Sunday. I just got to be transparent. As I was riding home with my wife on Sunday from worship, I told my wife, I said, just between me and you. And my wife says to me, she says, what do you mean just between me and you? It's just me and you riding in the truck. I said, I'm saying this because I couldn't tell Cowboys Nation this. For the first time this entire season, and I haven't been like this entire season, the first time for the entire season going against the Minnesota Vikings, a 5-8 football team, I was actually afraid. I was afraid. I haven't had that feeling the whole season. I was afraid. I thought the Cowboys were going to go into Detroit and put absolute foots in them. Almost mistake-free football, solid game plan. Matt Eberflus was going to revert back to that same defense we had saw against the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm like, this team is going to come out and they are going to be steaming mad about a 47-9 drubbing against this team the previous season, and they are going to put foots in Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell had a great game plan. And then the Cowboys also persisted to self-destruct. Sloppy, tired, just lack of execution. And then when you add that on to what the referees did, it was a recipe for disaster. But surely I thought the Cowboys have been on a 10-day rest, or 10 days between that game. So at least you got an extra couple of days of rest in there. I told my wife Sunday evening, I'm worried. I'm worried that Brian Schottenheimer is not going to have this team ready. I'm worried. And I'll be honest with you. And we got to be honest with ourselves. You can tell me anything you want to about Jerry. I'll agree with some and I'll probably disagree with some. But I can tell you this. Y'all tell me. Did that team that you saw in the pregame, did that team look like a team that had the eye of the tiger? Did that look like a team that said, we're not losing today? That didn't look like that team. That did not look like a team that said, we're not losing today. That looked like a team that said, business as usual. I've said this all season long. If y'all have been paying attention, you have to figure out ways to motivate grown men and women. Stop thinking because a person makes a lot of money, they're more motivated. A person with money, a lot of times, you got to motivate them even more. You got to help them to understand it's not just the money. It's not the money that's on the line here because you got the money. I can't have the money without the success. I can't. Because you can have money without success. It's a recipe for failure. My mind is built different. I can't have the money without success. If I get the money without success, I don't feel right. I don't feel right. Because when I go out in public I don't want to be just rich. I want to be a winner. I want people to look at me and go, yeah, man, he rich and he a winner. They have not looked like a team all season long, except for one part of that season where they had the eye of the tiger. Other than that, business as usual. Man, you ain't winning. You ain't winning no championships like that. You ain't winning no championships like that. I'm just telling you, you're not winning any like that. Yeah, it's going to be business as usual. Whatever you've been doing, that's what you're going to be doing. This Cowboys team needs a jolt. And that's why I say this is no hate on Brian Schottenheimer. But if I could do it all over again, which I didn't do it the first time, but if I could do it all over again, if you've ever been with the Dallas Cowboys as a coach, you're disqualified to be the head coach. You're disqualified. You cannot be the head coach. No way, no how. I would have went out and I would have paid the money to get the best. I'm just telling you. I think the Cowboys missed out. I think the Cowboys missed out on a great opportunity with Ben Johnson. I think they missed out. Ben Johnson is not a change. Ben Johnson is a jolt. Ben Johnson is a charge for a dead battery. Ben Johnson is a new battery. Ben Johnson, a type of person like that. The Cowboys need something. They need something. And I'm telling you, this is what Michael Irvin is saying. He can't put his finger on. I can put my finger on it. This team doesn't have that jolt, man. Because at the end of the day, they always feel like they got an excuse so they can fall back into comfortability. They need somebody who say, that ain't good enough for me no more. They need somebody that goes into the locker room and kicks about four of them lockers off the wall. And tells somebody losing is not acceptable. And I don't care if Jerry Jones is the owner. Losing is not acceptable for me. They need a coach that thinks like that. They need that coach. And they didn't get it. And Jerry Jones has got to own Matt Eberflus. He's got to own it. And Jerry's got to understand something. I know he understands. Jerry has more yesterdays than tomorrow. Jerry can't take a chance on Matt Eberflus. If Jerry takes a chance on Matt Eberflus and lets Matt Eberflus run out here on this field next season, Jerry will not see a championship in Dallas again. Jerry has got to own Matt Eberflus. And then he's going to have to light a fire up under Brian Schottenheimer. I'm telling y'all right now, I know Brian's a rookie coach. But Jerry himself said out of his own mouth, he's been around football for 25 years. 25 years. I'm going to call Brian Schottenheimer in my office. These next 3 games for you, they're crucial also. I'm telling him because losing cannot be tolerated, especially losing home games against a 5-8 football team that had been told before the game they were officially out of the playoffs. Can y'all tell me what the Minnesota Vikings were playing for? So you're telling me Minnesota's pride in just winning is stronger than your desire to go to the playoffs? Because if you're telling me that's the truth, I don't know what to tell us. What are we doing? Real estate vet. Appreciate the super chat. I like what you're saying. Let me tell you something. I don't think they'd let Gruden do it because Jerry is very intertwined with the league. I also posted this on X today, just like Brian Flores. Brian Flores' contract is up with the Minnesota Vikings after this season. I don't think Jerry would bring in Brian Flores. Brian Flores is a jolt. Brian Flores is a different kind of coach. Brian Flores, I hope he's worked on this, but Brian Flores will say some things sometimes you don't want to hear. But I can tell you this too. He's a hard coach, and he's a very good coach. I believe Brian Flores would have that defense on fire. Got two obstacles. One, why would he make a lateral move to the Cowboys? Two, the only way he makes that lateral move is that you would have to pay him a lot of money, and Jerry doesn't pay his assistant coaches all that well, even though I think Matt Eberflus is getting paid way too well. I mean, I don't watch nobody's pockets, but he shouldn't be close to what the head coach is making. But I guess you say because you were an ex-head coach, I'm going to pay you that kind of money. I wouldn't have done that. John Gruden. Oh, let me give you the bonus reason. He's also got a lawsuit still going on with the NFL. Jerry is heavily intertwined with the NFL. John Gruden, currently in a lawsuit with the NFL. Jerry, as much as he has went against the grain as it applies to some of the things he's done in the NFL, Jerry typically only does the things that will bring money to the entire NFL. And so Jerry, because of the things that have happened with John Gruden, Jerry probably will not touch John Gruden with a 10-foot pole, same way he won't touch Brian Flores with a 10-foot pole. But real estate vet, I agree. John Gruden is exactly the kind of coach the Cowboys need. Whether it be DC, OC, Brian is here to stay. Superman, appreciate that super chat. Superman, let me tell you something. I am of the opinion, because I can't say unequivocally because I haven't seen it. But I saw what Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott did with Amari Cooper. Dak Prescott and Kellen Moore with George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy, Javonte Williams running the way he's running. I'm going to go out on a limb. Kellen Moore would even be using Jaden Blue. You give Kellen Moore all that, Kellen Moore would be killing this league. Killing this league. Absolutely. Star Guardian, he said, hey, G, what's up? What's up? What up, Star Guardian X? Star Guardian X. He said, hey, what's up, G? He said, yeah, I'm 50-50 on Shotty. On one hand, he doesn't have this team ready. And then on the other hand, he has us number one offense in the NFL. No. Star Guardian X. Not him. Not him. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has this offense number one in the NFL. Y'all do know Dak Prescott has done this multiple times. Dak isn't new to this. He's true to this. Y'all do know Dak has done this multiple times, right? Dak did this with Kellen Moore. Dak was off the chain gang with Kellen Moore. Came back with Mike McCarthy. Dak Prescott was off the chain with Mike McCarthy when he came back from injury. Dak Prescott in his rookie year was off the chain with Jason Garrett. Dak Prescott in the first year with Brian Schottenheimer. Anybody surprised? I'm not surprised, Star Gordy next. What you are looking at is not Brian Schottenheimer. What you are looking at is Dak Prescott. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at Dak Prescott. Don't let anybody fool you. Don't let anybody discredit you. How do I know? Because I've seen Dak Prescott do this over and over and over. He puts up the big numbers. He plays like the MVP of the league. And if there has been any year that I can tell you is the epitome of the Dak Prescott tenure in Dallas. Have y'all not noticed? Let me count the ways of how the people around Dak Prescott has failed him. Dak Prescott has been incredible this year. Let me count the ways. Let's start with the offense. Cowboys go and draft a left tackle who hadn't even played left tackle a whole lot in his career, and they make him the starting left tackle for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys go and extend Terrence Steele to be the right tackle, who probably isn't really that good, and now we know isn't good as the right tackle. The Dallas Cowboys this season, they bring in George Pickens, which was an absolute great thing. But then and Javonte Williams has been an absolute great thing with the running game. But then we come back and the play calling is lackluster with Dak Prescott. Then we switch to the defensive side of the ball. The defense, what else can I say? Matt Eberflus. What else can I say? You got Dak Prescott in his prime, and you put Matt Eberflus on the other side. And I know, because I've said that the defense don't have the players, I agree. But my problem is that Matt Eberflus, he can't even do more with less, or he can't do something with what he has. He seems to be focused on proving the reason why I can't do what I need to do is that I don't have the players. You're fired. You're fired. I don't hire you for that because you can't control the personnel. But what you can control is how you call the plays with that personnel. You're fired. The Dallas Cowboys have surrounded Dak Prescott, who is playing some of the best football he's played. They have collapsed. Just total collapses around Dak Prescott. Defense injured. I can just go on and on and on about these things. Defense injured. CeeDee Lamb can't control it. CeeDee Lamb got injured a little bit. George Pickens. Now we got this issue going on with George Pickens. We are the third most penalized team in the league. We kill drives over and over and over. No one does it to us but ourselves. We just couldn't. Think about even some of the interceptions that Dak Prescott has thrown this year. Tipped passes. Some where red flags should have been thrown, not contested. At least two of those were not interceptions. Think about how some of these players, Jake Ferguson has fumbled at some of the inopportune times. Javonte Williams even fumbled in the Arizona Cardinals game. When we watch and see the one player that has actually been consistently good on this team, it's been Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has been consistently good. I don't see any game where Dak Prescott lapsed. None. Dak has been failed. If there's any season that proves it, it's this one. Poor play calling, poor clock management, poor situational football, just poor coaching all the way around. And the one constant has been Dak Prescott. You have to feel sorry for Dak Prescott. We want Dak Prescott to overcome everything I just mentioned. We want him to overcome the coaching. We want him to overcome the penalties. We want him to overcome the lackadaisical play. We want him to overcome the injuries. We want him to overcome the lack of an offensive line. We want him to overcome every single thing. Tell me when Tom Brady had to do it. Tell me when Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with the worst defense in the NFL. Tell me when Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl with the worst defense in the NFL. People don't understand how fortunate you are when you get good coaching. Good coaching is a blessing. Good coaching is a blessing and people don't understand it. It is hard to overcome mediocre and bad coaching. Could y'all imagine Patrick Mahomes? Because I'm telling you, Patrick Mahomes isn't winning Super Bowls with Mike McCarthy. Patrick Mahomes isn't winning Super Bowls with Brian Schottenheimer. He's not doing it. Andy Reid is one of the greatest coaching minds in this game. Bill Belichick with Tom Brady was the perfect storm. If there is any year that shows you that Dak Prescott has actually never been the problem, it's this year. Even Colin Cowherd has changed his mind. Even Colin Cowherd is defending Dak Prescott now. Why do you think he's doing it? Because Colin Cowherd has been watching what this team has been doing around Dak Prescott and has been watching how Dak Prescott has constantly how do you be constantly good and everything around you falls apart? And then everybody says, no, it's Dak. No, Dak's got to overcome all those things. Why? Because he's getting paid $60 million. You don't pay Dak Prescott $60 million to overcome all your problems. You pay Dak Prescott $60 million because you say, and now we're going to fix the problems. But people do not understand this game. Star Guardian next. Star Guardian next. I can tell you this. I agree with you. Ben Johnson is the epitome of this. I told people way back, the video is on my channel, when Ben Johnson said he don't want to go to a team where the ownership or the front office doesn't want to share in the responsibility of the failures of the team, and that they must do things to make sure that wherever those failures are, that they're going to vow to make improvements. He was talking to one team, the Dallas Cowboys. It's the only team he was talking to. Because Ben was telling Jerry that if I come to Dallas, I'm not going to be like all the other coaches that you hired. You're going to let me have control. And Chicago has done it. And look at the results. And I find it to be so ironic, Star Guardian. You know what I find to be so ironic, Star Guardian X? Matt, he goes, ironically, to the team where Jerry hires the fired head coach. Jerry doesn't interview Ben because he knows who Ben was talking to. But then he goes and hires the coach that Ben replaces. Ben Johnson turns that team all the way around. They're 10-4 right now, right? Turns that team all the way around. With a less talented quarterback, less talented wide receivers. He turns that team around. And only for us to have almost the same result as the team that Matt Eberflus got fired from. You can't make this up. Tell me that isn't irony slapping you all upside your head. The coach that you didn't pursue turns the team around. The coach that you welcomed after one of the most cataclysmic firings, your team is looking just like his team looked. You can't make this up. All right, let's listen to Jerry Jones. I'm sorry for that long rant. Let's listen to Jerry Jones. And then we're going to get into the Eberflus mistake.
Here. And that played to expectations. We've certainly suffered when we lost continuity in that offensive line.
In Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
John, RJ, how are you guys doing?
We're okay. How are you doing?
Well, I'm a little somber.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're 2 days after the game and got a lot to think about.
So, Jerry, obviously not in the position you want to be in. Why do you think, just kind of looking back on the season or just recapping things, you guys have ended up at this point with a 1% chance of the playoffs?
Well, don't you agree that's multifaceted? There's a lot of reasons. You've got a lot of games that you've got to analyze and a lot of play time. So I would say this, that generally speaking, I have been very, very pleased with how the offense has played so far this year. And that played to expectations. We've certainly suffered when we lost continuity in that offensive line. We've benefited from some great play from receivers. We've had great tight end play, and we've had some excellent running back play. On the defense, we've been a hodgepodge of let's say, injury caused issues, having players that weren't at the top of their game or on their way in from recovering from injury. So bottom line, I'd say that we've been pretty off balance because of the way our defense has presented and the issues regarding our defense, which I didn't expect.
Jerry, you mentioned
Jerry Jones is in reality. I haven't listened to this interview, but did y'all notice something that Jerry Jones explained, which is similar to what I explained? Did y'all notice that when he talked about the offense, he talked more about the players and what the players have been doing? While I think Jerry is satisfied with the offense, I think Jerry is also have the understanding of the success that we are watching is actually Dak Prescott. Brian Schottenheimer, how many weeks have y'all heard me say this? Brian Schottenheimer is benefiting more from the players than the players are benefiting from his play calling. Because when his play calling isn't good, when they're going up against a team that has a good defense, it don't even have to have a great defense. If it has a good defense, Brian's play calling is actually the shortcoming. That's the shortcoming. Brian doesn't put his players in position to be successful, but rather his players are making his plays successful, if that makes sense. But what you want as a play caller is that you want a mixture. You want to have elite play calling and elite playing. You want elite play calling and elite execution. You want great play calling. You want great execution. That's what you want. Because at the end of the day, we talked about this last night. This is the Kyle Shanahan problem. If you got elite play calling and you only got good players and only good execution, you're probably going to fail when you come up against a great team. Now, you can get by with good play calling and elite and great execution. You can get by with that. And you may even win some like that. But even those become, it's kind of like you're probably going like a 60-40, 70-30 issue. But when you have elite play calling and elite execution, you get the 1992 Dallas Cowboys. You get the 1993 Dallas Cowboys. You get some of those San Francisco 49ers teams with Bill Walsh and George Seifert. You get some of those teams we've seen with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. You get some of those teams that we've seen with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. You get those kinds of teams when you get elite play calling matched up with elite execution. Even when we look at the Philadelphia Eagles. Elite play calling. While Jalen Hurts wasn't an elite quarterback, they had elite execution. This is the issue. And Jerry is just laying it out there. Yeah, man, we've had great play on the offense. These guys have done a great job. Dak Prescott, I'm happy with it. They've done some great things. And I'm glad he admitted it. The defense is trash, and I didn't expect it. the defense is trash, and I didn't expect it. Jerry is saying, and I love it, he's putting Matt Eberflus on notice. I expected more from the defense. But if I'm Jerry, the Queen mentioned this earlier. Queen, you tell me what you think in the chat. I'm going to tell y'all where I am. Y'all tell me where y'all are. I don't give a doggone, and I'm just going to be 100% honest. I don't care if Matt Eberflus blanks the Chargers. I don't care if he shuts out the Chargers. I don't care if he shuts out the Commanders. I don't care if he shuts out the New York Giants. You're fired. Y'all tell me where y'all are. I don't care what he does the next 3 games. You know why I don't care what he did? You know why I don't care what he does the next 3 games? Because of what he did the last 2 games. I'm done with you. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you because you only make the changes when it keeps your job. But why didn't you make the changes when the playoffs was on the line? I'm done. I don't care what you win. I don't care if you shut out these next 3 teams. I'm done with you. You know the only thing that could change my mind? Only thing that could change my mind. Y'all tell me where y'all are. The only thing that could change my mind is that you shut out the next 3 teams. Philly loses the next 3 games. We go into the playoffs, and you hold every single team we play in the playoffs below 14 points. We win and go to the Super Bowl, and you hold that team below 14 points. Because even that would be, I'd still be questioning that. Nah, bro. Because if you're going to give this effort when nothing matters to keep your job, but you could have gave that same effort the last 2 games and it would have kept your job, you don't get to keep your job. You're fired. That's where I am. I don't care what he does the next 3 games. And this ain't overreaction Monday for me. I'm in reality Tuesday. I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does. Y'all tell me what y'all say, what y'all think. I don't care what he does. You shut the Chargers out, you want to, because I'm going to tell you where I'm going to be. Well, why didn't you do the same thing to the Detroit Lions and the Minnesota Vikings with J.J. McCarthy, but you're going to do it to Justin Herbert? Fired! 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 I don't care what you win the next 3 games. Fired. Fired. Bottom line. You're finishing out the season because to me it don't make sense to allow somebody. I don't want to see what, because I don't want White Cotton or anybody else coming in calling plays for the next 3 games. Guess why? I got news for you. There ain't nobody on this staff I'm making the defensive coordinator on this team. If you do, it's a recipe for disaster. It's the same old, same old. Nope. Don't want it. Ain't happening. Don't want it. Ain't happening. I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does. He done for me.
Defense there. Last couple of games, you had some success early on getting to J.J. McCarthy and Jared Goff with a good pass rush, right? Getting them kind of off schedule. That disappeared as the game wore on. What explanation have you been given about why the pressure was being stopped?
Well, you know, you can see this pretty obviously if you look at your tape, look at your games, look at your film. You can see where your weaknesses in that particular game plan or the weakness in the scheme because of how you're manned up, how your personnel is. But you can see those weaknesses, and I'd say that generally our secondary has, which would be, I would actually in this definition include our linebackers. I would think our secondary has been, if you will, quite a challenge for us this year. both from continuity of knowing and executing as well as personnel. And that it came about because of really, as much as anything, is injury and relying on, if you will, the system calls for good communication. It calls for a lot of repetition time, and when you break down there, you can have some holes in it. And so we've been challenged from that standpoint right there. I've been a little surprised. It's good to have Overshawn back, but I've been surprised that what we've been able to do with our linebackers. They're generally charged with calling the play, lining them up, quarterback on the defensive side. That area there has been a challenge for us that we've continued to struggle with.
So Jerry seems to be in reality. We're going to see how much in reality that he is. My man Mills, he said, G. Eberflus ain't going nowhere. He's going to be our defense coordinator next season. He said, we ain't trying to win for real. Mills, I'm going to tell you something. The thing I don't like about what Jerry does is that Jerry's always trying to win his way. And if Jerry Jones keeps Matt Eberflus, to me, that's Jerry Jones saying that he wants to win his way. I call it Jerry wants to win his way. You call it Jerry doesn't want to win for real. I'm not going to argue with you because both of those things could possibly be true depending upon how you look at it. Brian Worley. Is Brian Flores too black for Jerry Jones? I don't think so. I don't think he's too black for Jerry Jones. I think he's too Ben Johnson for Jerry Jones. Keep in mind, Ben Johnson is white. You'd have to be out of your mind and you got a head coach opening and Ben Johnson is out there on the market. You would have to be out of your mind to not be in those sweepstakes. You would literally have to be out of your mind to let $5 or $6 million stand between you and having a coach like Ben Johnson. So you want a $4 million coach rather than a $10 million coach. And it's the same thing with Brian Flores. Now, I think Brian Flores is politics. Jerry don't want to tick the league off. That's why I don't think he would hire Brian Flores or John Gruden. Even though Jerry knows in his heart of heart that both of those coaches could really make a difference on his team. Jerry not going to tick off the league like that. Jerry only ticks off the league when it makes the league money and the Cowboys money. He's not going to tick off the league fooling around with this Brian Flores and John Gruden stuff. Jerry ain't going to do it because the worst nightmare for Jerry Jones would be to hire John Gruden or to hire Brian Flores and, boy, the trial comes up when they're on the team. And y'all already know if their trial came up while they were on the Dallas Cowboys, it would be a focal point of the season or part of that season. And while Jerry loves publicity, he don't want that. He don't want that. He don't want that kind of smoke. He don't want that. But Jerry is in reality. Do you notice? He's saying something. Jerry is saying it's a combination of bad play. We've had some injuries, but it's also been a combination of bad play. But notice what he keeps talking about. The system. I got news for us all. You have the wrong system if it takes your defense the entire season to pick it up. You either have the best system in the world and it just takes getting your head around it, but then after you get it, you go and win championships, or you need to admit that your system is flawed. Systems are not what make a coach. What makes a coach is how can he work players into his system. Is his system adjustable? Is his system flexible? Does he have a system to where he can put in talent, to where he can make it adjust to no matter what the game situation is? A system for me It's not just my system, but a system for me says how you want it. How you want it today. You want man today? We give it to you. You want zone today? We're going to give it to you. You want the blitz today? We're going to give it to you. Rush 4, drop 7, we're going to give it to you. 5-man front, we're going to give it to you. Situational football, we're going to give it to you. That's a system for me. I need a system that is fully adjustable, flexible, and fluid. I need that. I need that because I don't control the personnel. So I need a system that if my GM says, hey, this guy's great, because I know we're in la-la land. You're going to get to pick some of the players because I believe these guys have picked some of the players, but you're also going to have to take some of the players that they give you. So when they give you some players, your system has to be flexible enough that when they give you some players, you can fit them in too. Flus is stubborn. And he seems like he wants to be the smartest man in the room. Nah, bruh. You're fired. I don't want a system like that. You're fired. Your system, obviously, because I know we talked about some of these same things last year, but at least with Zimmer, they got it by Thanksgiving. Man, these dudes still ain't got this thing down. And I don't even think it's so much they haven't gotten it down. One of the things I think that happens with Flus, I'm going to show you the proof. When Flus starts having success doing something else, he don't like it. Did y'all hear what I'm telling you? He's just like Mike McCarthy. Brian Schottenheimer helped Mike McCarthy put some wrinkles into his West Coast. Remember though, what would they call it in the Texas toast? He put some wrinkles in that system or whatever that Mike was running. Mike was so successful in 2023. When he got in that lame duck season, he went right back to that Steelers toast West Coast offense because he said, if I'm going out my way. Matt Eberflus, we have watched over and over and over. When the Cowboys have made adjustments of blitzing more, they're more successful. When the Cowboys have made adjustments to 5-man front, they've been more successful. So your question becomes, why does he not keep doing it? Because he doesn't like being successful when the system is not his. You're fired. You're fired. I don't want a person like that on my team. And I've been showing Matt Eberflus a lot of grace. But after these last 2 games for me, I'm telling y'all right now, there ain't nothing you can do for me, bro. There ain't nothing you can do for me, Matt Eberflus. I just need you to finish the season. And how you finish the season, that's on you. Because if you're going to continue to put bad tape out there, I guarantee you nobody will hire you for the next 3 years. You're done with coaching that for the Cowboys. You make your own choice. But I can tell you this, you will not coach another down for me after the last game of the season, unless the Cowboys go to the playoffs. Star Guardian X, he said, I hope Jerry sees what hiring outside coaches with no connection to the Cowboys can do for you. Say it again, Star Guardian X. I hope Jerry sees what hiring outside coaches with no connection to the Cowboys can do for you. He says, look at the O-line coach and Clayton Adams. Look at what they did with the run. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jerry didn't just hire Matt Eberflus. He hired 4 or 5 of his staff members. Jerry, you got to own this, bro. And the way you're going to own this is you got to fire Matt Eberflus at the end of the season. Because if Jerry don't fire Matt Eberflus, Jerry is going to hear an outcry from this fan base I don't think they've heard before. Jerry better fire Matt Eberflus. Kippy said, "Gee, you're making me." He said, "You're making me hot right now. Thinking about this, we could be better, man." Yes, sir. I'm just telling y'all, man. Jerry got the players. Jerry got good enough players. I'm not telling you he doesn't need more. I'm not even telling y'all that they should be going to the Super Bowl this year because I think that's a tall glass. But my frustration is they are good enough to be in this year's playoffs. When you look at the teams that are going to be in this year's playoffs, look at their quarterbacks, look at their offensive weapons. The Cowboys are good enough offensively to be in this year's playoffs. Where they messed up is Matt Eberflus. And Jerry got on it. Jerry got on it.
Jerry, the offense moved the ball pretty well. Some of the drives, especially the second half, stalled out, settled for field goals. Do you think Shoddy's a little conservative when it comes to settling for field goals instead of going for it on fourth down and short and in plus territory?
Not necessarily. We thought if we could get that running game going Sunday, that would be give us a chance to.
I'm just telling y'all. I know a lot of us love the run game. I love the run game too. The formula for the last two Cowboys Super Bowl teams under Tom Landry, then under Jimmy Johnson, they've always had a staple running back. I got a question for y'all. I mean, we're just gonna talk real today. I'm just gonna talk real. I'm not concerned about feelings today. When you think about Tony Dorsett, when you think about Emmitt Smith, do you consider Javonte Williams to be that caliber of running back? Is that how you see Javonte Williams? Y'all let me know in the chat. Is that how y'all see Javonte Williams? When I look at wide receiver duos and when I look at quarterbacks on those Super Bowl teams, when I think Roger, when I think Troy, and when I look at Dak, I say Dak is of that pedigree. I say Dak Prescott is of that pedigree. Because Dak Prescott is a savant at the quarterback position. I told y'all last night, people do not understand how great this kid is. Dak Prescott wears no wristband. There are very few quarterbacks that don't wear a wristband. Even veteran quarterbacks are wearing wristbands. Why do you think Dak Prescott don't wear it? Everything's up here. Dak Prescott sees the field. The problem with Dak Prescott this season, Dak Prescott is seeing the field even better than he's seen it in the past. The problem with Dak Prescott this year, his offensive line has failed him from the tackle position, and he has not had the time to execute on some of the things that he's seen. And I got a problem with the fact that Brian Schottenheimer has not been smart enough to make adjustments to give Dak maybe just a little bit extra time. And even when Brian has made some of those adjustments, I watched in the Minnesota game where they were missing blocking assignments. When Quasi brought it up last night, when Ryan Flanoy got wide open on that skinny post, by the time he broke loose, Dak Prescott was already running for his life. Where I fault Brian Schottenheimer is that they should have been working the entire week on, you're not going to have time to throw today, Dak. So this is the plan. We're throwing to spots. Let's practice on throwing to hash marks. Let's practice on throwing 40, 45 yards skinny post. Let's focus on throwing go routes on the outside, 40, 50 yards. Let's focus on that without the wide receiver throwing up his hand or you even seeing if he's open. No, he'll be one-on-one. Let's take those chances. Let's throw those out there. Loosen up that defense. Can we get some screen games going? And we didn't do enough in those adjustments to help Dak Prescott with that. But I'm telling us, man, in the grand scheme of things, Jerry is seeing some of this stuff. Jerry is seeing some of this stuff. My question is going to be, but what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about these things that you're saying?
Sustain those drives, and you always want to sustain those drives.
Yeah, let me read KH8641's comment. He said he doesn't have us scoring in the red zone. There it is. And KH, let me read what you said. He said, but I do realize that our O-line is crap. Not the entire O-line. The tackles. The tackles are the part of the line that's bad. But you still got to be able to say 11 and 12 personnel. We're going to put a tight end on either side every single down. You got to make that commitment. But you also got to work with that tight end you put on that side. You got to tell him, bro, you can't miss the assignments. Reverend Spanford missed some assignments. Schoolmaker missed some assignments. Ferguson, I mean, you got to really work with them on how if they're going to line up like that and they're going to be a part of the blocking scheme, they can't miss assignments. And let me go to another part you said, but Dak does have to take advantage of those opportunities with a $60 million contract with no trade clause. And that's the part where me and you, we don't agree on. The money doesn't determine that. Dak Prescott is smart enough to see what's going on. Dak Prescott is one of the smartest quarterbacks in the league. But this is coaching. This is where Brian, as the coach, says, as I'm explaining, hey, Dak, we got a situation here today. You know, we've been kind of looking at this tape. They're going to run a lot of that cover zero, and this is how you beat it. Dak knows how to beat it already. But the issue is you got to put the players in position to beat it. It don't matter if Dak knows how to beat it. You got to put the players in position to beat it. So first thing first, okay, if I know my old line with the tackles is not working, I got to really work with the tight ends I'm going to line up out there. And I definitely got to work with if I'm going to have a running back there or if I'm going to have Hunter Lipke back there who went out with a concussion. I got to make sure they know what's going on back there and say, hey, you got to be ready. I'll be honest with you this game. If I would have been the Cowboys and I knew they were running cover zero, this would have been a game that I probably would have ran 3 tight end sets from this perspective. Rather than lining Malik Davis back there and lining Javonte Williams back there, I would have actually lined a tight end up back there. I would have lined a tight end back there in some of those situations. I even would have lined up another lineman and made him an eligible tight end. If I would have had to do that, I would have brought him in to play on that line and block in those situations. You got to coach. You can't just say, I got Dak Prescott. I got George Pickens. I got CeeDee Lamb. You can't just say what I have. You got to be smart and say, hey, I know what I have. Now let me utilize it. Let me make sure I give it every opportunity to succeed. I know what Brian Flores is doing, so this is what I'm going to do. There is a reason. It is not just J.J. McCarthy. There is a reason. There is a reason. It ain't like Brian Flores won a Super Bowl in Miami. It's not like he won a Super Bowl with the Minnesota Vikings. There's a reason why they have 8 losses. There are teams out there that have put up points on the Minnesota Vikings. They've done it. You got to look at how they did it. And then you got to just understand how to beat cover zero. It's your job to do it. And I'm telling you, that's why Brian is telling us, I'm better than that. Are you? Let me tell you something. Potential is unfulfilled success. And in order for you to say you're better than that, you know what you have to do? You got to show us. You got to show us, bro. Don't tell me you're better than that. Show me you're better than that. You got to show us. Because even though you're telling us that you're better than that, so you're going to come back in the next game that don't matter in the grand scheme of things. It matters, but in the game where it mattered the most, In the games where it mattered the most, you didn't show us you were better than that. But when you do it against the Commanders, the New York Giants, I'm not impressed. When you do it with nothing on the line, I'll be honest with you. When you start playing with house money, I'm not as impressed as I am when you're playing with house money. I mean, I'm not as impressed when you're playing with your money. Yeah, when you're playing with house money, man, you'll do anything. When you're playing with your money, that's what I want to see. How do you respond when you're playing with your money? Because your money is my money. And that's where I got my problems. Your money is my money. And when you're not succeeding, I'm losing money. That's my problem. Jimmy Jackson Thomas, what's going on? Welcome to the congregation. Appreciate that $20 super chat. Jimmy Jackson said Tom Landry had a system. Jimmy Johnson had a system. This is just say it again. Jimmy Jackson. I talked about this early in the season, and I said, this is where Jerry continues to make mistakes. Jerry thinks it's about talent. Talent matters. It does. It is about talent. But it's also about the coach and the system that you put in place that builds a team. You got to build a team. You got to build a team that says, we have each other's back. We are a team. A team that believes in the system. A system that fits the team. That everybody, the coaches, the ownership, the players, everybody is on board with the system and everybody is got each other's back. Guess what we've been watching the last few weeks? George Pickens. I would love to have a conversation with George Pickens. Because I got a strange feeling that George Pickens right now, he right now may be feeling like this team doesn't have his best interest in mind. We keep talking about the Cowboys retaining George Pickens, and we are, and I say we loosely, don't let me say all of us, but some are out there. It's like they're campaigning, Thomas. They're campaigning, Jimmy, for the Cowboys not to re-sign George Pickens. Oh, put him on a franchise, and oh, don't re-sign him because he's been quiet the last 2 games. You want to know why he's probably quiet? When Richard Sherman comes at you the way that he did on, what was that, Thursday Night Football, when Richard Sherman goes viral for coming at you without even watching the tape, without even understanding how you've been playing the whole season, he coming at you, he talking all crazy, and then when you say something back on X, I don't condone the language that he used when he went at Richard Sherman, but I don't have a problem with him defending himself, going against Richard Sherman. I think he could have left some things out, but I think he was very on point when he said, you need to, before you start flapping your gums about me, how about you go watch the film? But Richard Sherman comes back, and shame on Richard Sherman as an older man trying to mess with the pockets, trying to mess with the livelihood of another young man and trying to put out there in the atmosphere, you got to really be thinking about if you want to give him a long-term contract and all of it. No, don't say those things about me, bro. If you want to talk about my game, talk about my game. But don't try to tie that into, and if they're going to give you a long-term contract of 1 game, banana bunkers. I don't know, Jimmy. I'll just tell you something, Jimmy. Maybe I'm just built different. I'm just built different, Jimmy. You couldn't talk about my team. You couldn't talk about my team. Maybe I'm crazy. Y'all calling me crazy. You couldn't talk about my team. George Pickens wouldn't have had to worry about going at Richard Sherman. My whole team would have went at Richard Sherman. My whole team is going at Richard Sherman. I'm the head coach. I'm going to tell you up front, Richard Sherman would have made that comment about George Pickens. I bet you this, George Pickens will know I had his back. Because I'm going rat, and I mean R-A-T. I'm going rat at George. I'm going right at Richard Sherman. I'm going at him. No gloves. I'm going right at Richard Sherman. I'm telling him, bro, get you some. Don't talk about my players like that. Get you some business. Stick to what you're doing. We don't need you telling us that we need to look at this game to determine whether or not we're going to pay George Pickens. We don't need you telling us nothing, Richard Sherman. I'm going at Richard Sherman. And I don't understand why other players, you couldn't talk about my team. I bet you that. I'm just telling you, maybe I'm just built different. But when I talk about a system, I'm not just talking about the offensive and defensive system. Man, I'm talking about the whole thing, the culture. I want everybody to understand we all have everyone's back. It's one for all and all for one. And I'm starting to notice we're getting a little bit more of this hero ball stuff. We're getting this where it seems like, again, the thing that I hated the most under Mike McCarthy, it was like it was an offense and a defense, and they were not intertwined. For the last few weeks, it seemed like it was intertwined. The offense and the defense was intertwined. Dak was talking about Quentin Williams. Quentin Williams was talking about Dak. Dak was on the sideline talking to the defense. Dak was getting everybody pumped up and fired up. And then we come to these last two games, and I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. I don't see nobody having anybody's back. And I'm telling you, some of this started with this George Pickens nonsense because I still got problems. When you ask me about George Pickens, I'm not telling you he didn't have his best game tonight. Yeah, George didn't have his best game tonight. That is not what I'm telling you. Where were you at the last 11 games? Where were you? George Pickens is great. They changed up the coverage on George Pickens. I'm going to take some responsibility. My fault. My fault. I should have did some things better. But what you're not going to do, and I'd be telling them to their face, but what you're not going to do is criticize George Pickens. So if you got another question about George Pickens, no comment. Man, I'm telling you, this is like we're watching this team. We're watching where it's like something is not clicking. And the problem is this team seems to be so quick to revert back to old habits sometimes. It's so quick to revert back to old habits. And I'm telling us, Jimmy Jackson, when you just got talent, this is what you get. When somebody doesn't show their talent, when something happens to a team where it's all talent, people start pointing fingers, Jimmy. This is what they do. It's just talent with no preparation or system. Raw talent can no longer win championships alone. Fact. Fire all of them. This is why I'm telling you, the coaches have failed Jerry Jones. They failed him. And Jerry is explaining this. He's explaining this in so many words. Question is, what is he going to do about it? Star Guardian X said, the Jaguars, G, what? The Jaguars playoffs. You know what's even more insane, Star Guardian? I just wonder if Jerry Jones knew that he was going to trade Micah Parsons. I wonder had he traded Jordan Lewis. Do y'all know we missing that dog? We missing Jordan Lewis. Man, we missing Jordan Lewis. Should have kept that dog, man. You don't let that dog go. How much better do you think this secondary would be this year with Jordan Lewis? Shoo. Boy. Star Guardian next, you're exactly right. T. Booker is a dog. Yes, sir. Appreciate that super chat. Sub-Zero Prime. Appreciate that super chat. He said, Jerry, get rid of defensive coordinator, and he let Shotty pick his own staff. Offense needs a separate play caller, so the Shotty can oversee the entire operation. Yes, sir. Sub-Zero, I said the same thing yesterday. Now that we have Shotty, I'm riding with Shotty. But I think the play calling is taking away from Shotty's ability to turn this even more into a team. The Cowboys need to go out there and get them a show enough play caller. I mean, hey, Clayton Adams, let me see what you got. How about letting Clayton Adams call a couple of games these last couple of... Let Clayton Adams call the games. Hey, Clayton Adams, hey, you going to call the game against the Washington Commanders. Let Shotty be the coach. Shotty, you're the coach. We want you to oversee this entire operation. These are the things we want you to work on. Blah, 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 blah. But offensive coordinator, we're not taking that away from you because we don't think you can do it. We're taking it away from you because we think you can be better as a coach of the overall team by letting someone else do it. I would do it. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. The Cowboys need a show enough play caller. Let Brian Schottenheimer be relegated to being the coach. I agree with you. Because he ain't going nowhere now. We got him. We ain't going nowhere. Grave Digger. He said this has been the story for the past 30 years for the Joneses. Hiring people they know instead of hiring people who are the best to coach the team on both sides of the ball. Grave Digger, let me tell you a story. So, being a preacher, of course, I'm pretty sure most of y'all can tell that I'm African American, black, whatever you want to call it, Negro, whatever you want to call it. Pretty sure y'all can see what my complexion is. So the second congregation that we went to, and I hate when we use these terms like all black congregation, all white congregation, but sometimes that's just what it is. I mean, a congregation it consists of one race of people, Christians, but also by skin color, black people, white people, Mexican people, whatever the case may be. And so the second congregation that we went to, I won't say the name of it, but they were on the brink of closing their doors. They were down to about 30 people. They were on the verge of closing their doors. This congregation is, of course, all Caucasian. So one of my instructors was resigning, and he was Caucasian too. And he liked a lot of my papers and things that I was writing, as being one of my instructors in college. And he said, man, I really think you could turn this congregation around. I'm getting ready to retire, and they're an older congregation. And not only do I think you can turn it around, I think you can really grow that congregation. And I'm like, well, it's an all-white congregation. And one of the things he says to me, as a Caucasian man, he says, what does it have to do with it? He said, the gospel is the gospel. The truth is the truth. And you're a good man, and your color has nothing to do with it. And I'm saying all that to say that when I interviewed for that congregation, there were some people that had some of these thoughts of, he's black, we can't hire him. But there was some others in that congregation they got a chance to know us. I did an internship there also, and they got a chance to know us and listen to what I was preaching and how I was with people and all these things. Other people, what they wanted, Gravedigger, what they wanted was the norm, what they had always had and what they were used to. But the issue is, that is the very thing that had them in the trouble they were in. That's what had them in the trouble they were in. Because none of those people had actually turned the congregation around. And then in the interview process, some of the people they were looking for, they were the same old. And they were going to be the same thing. And then some of them turned the job down because they said the pay was too low. We were their last choice. And of course, I'm the only African-American preacher that applied. And against some of the wishes of some of those people, they hired us. And we turned that congregation from 30-something to 100+ members by the time we left. And that happened because, looking back in hindsight, they chose the best person for the job. Because when you don't hire the best people for the job, you're going to continue to underachieve. Bottom line. When you're looking for comfortability, when you're looking for people that look like you look for people that sound like you, when you're looking for everything than what really matters, you get the same result. The Cowboys, Jerry's got to do better. Jerry's got to do better. He's got to own this. Jerry's going to have to take a chance, man. Gravedigger, Jerry going to have to take a chance. Jerry's going to have to take a chance and not go with continuity. Sometimes continuity is the thing that holds you back. Familiarity, that's the thing that holds you back. Sometimes you got to put your faith into what is best rather than what you want. Because I'm telling us, we'll pick the easy roads if you let us. A lot of times we'll pick the easy roads. Every single time. Albert Johnson, your argument is not right. Albert Johnson, Kyle Shanahan outcoached not just the Dallas Cowboys. Do you realize that Brock Purdy beat a whole lot of other teams other than the Dallas Cowboys? Let's stop acting like that all of Brock Purdy's victories came against the Dallas Cowboys. Brock Purdy did not play a whole lot of people. Kyle Shanahan outcoached a whole lot of people. That's a very disingenuous statement. I mean, we still cool and all that. That's a very disingenuous statement. Beating the Dallas Cowboys isn't why Brock Purdy got that contract. We saw what Brock Purdy looked like without players. We saw what Brock Purdy looked like with some of those players. We even saw, what's the kid from New England? I bet you that the New England Patriots, I bet you after the San Francisco 49ers saw how Jones played, how much you bet they regret they paid Brock Purdy. Could have did the same thing with Jones and paid him less money. I'm not buying you with the Brock Purdy conversations. I am not buying that conversation.
We early when we had opportunities, and we had opportunities all day long Sunday. And that's one thing to point out is not only Sunday, but against Detroit the week before. It wasn't that we didn't have opportunities to really have a different outcome in those games. And but in both cases, I will say that Detroit, as well as what we were playing against Minnesota, we in the case of Minnesota, we let their quarterback have a big day on us. That wasn't the plan. We could have used more pressure without a question at different times. And the result was that we let him make some pretty significant plays out there. Plus, he played pretty well. But it seems like we're always saying that about these quarterbacks, some of them that haven't played as well, but when they play us, they play better. I think that's telling, too. So, candidly, to just be very upfront about it, I think if we could have gotten this defense in better shape earlier, that we could be sitting here with the kind of wins that would have not had us in this tight spot.
Jerry Jones joining us.
Albert Johnson, we've had these conversations before. If your starting quarterback has been there 10 years straight, how is it that because he's the quarterback, that he's the reason why you're losing. How do you draw that up? Because he's the quarterback, that means that he is the reason you're supposed to win a Super Bowl with him? So help me out. When did what's his name here? Hold on a second. When did Peyton Manning win his first Super Bowl? Help me out, Albert. When did Peyton Manning win his first Super Bowl? When did he? I mean, because these are some very strange standards that you're using. When did he win his first Super Bowl? To say that a quarterback, because he's been somewhere 10 years, he should have won a Super Bowl, and without looking at everything that's going on around that quarterback. So Dak's been here 10 years, he didn't win a Super Bowl. So what's the excuse for the other 20 years before Dak Prescott got here? What was that? What was that? I don't buy those arguments. Coaching matters. Bottom line. Coaching matters. Every day, all day. Coaching matters. I don't care who your quarterback is. Show me quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. I'm going to show you not okay coaches. I'm going to show you great coaches. Not buying it, Albert. Not buying it. You want to blame everything on Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is not the problem, has not been the problem. Coaching matters in this league. It matters. Show me quarterbacks who win Super Bowls. I'm going to show you great coaches. And if you show me a quarterback that's won a Super Bowl without a great coach, I guarantee you he either had a top 5 defense on the other side, or he had super stud wide receivers, running backs, and everything all around him. Case in point, Mike McCarthy's only Super Bowl. Go look at the wide receivers he had playing with Aaron Bleepin' Rodgers. Not to mention, it's Aaron Bleepin' Rodgers. Go look at what he had. Not buying it. Absolutely not buying that argument.
Here on 105 through the fan. Jerry, is whether you've talked a lot about the defense here already, is whether Matt Eberflus returns as your coordinator going to be determined by how the team finishes over these next 3 weeks?
Well, I think that should be a big criteria because these 3 games are vital to us. They're important to us. We don't play a game that's not important to us. It's vital to these players. They're a part of a team here that can get out here, and really, as long as you've got the opportunity to have some good things happen, you should take it, because I've seen it happen. But yes, how we play over these next few weeks will be a big criteria, because I think really we're at one of the peaks of our healthiness right now. And so if we can step out there's some question about our left tackle, but it was Guyton. But if we can step out there and have 3 good games, then I think that all should go in the decision making.
Jerry, is part of the struggles on defense, you think, an issue of maybe some of the players just don't fit naturally with the...
See, this issue we're here with that Jerry's talking about with Matt Eberflus. I don't care what Matt Eberflus does. I've already said this. I don't care what Matt Eberflus. I don't care what Matt Eberflus does going forward. If you're telling me you have to win 3 games to keep your job, you're fired. Because you had 2 previous games that would have solidified you here for the next 2 years. That we would be on a playoff run. I don't want to know what you're doing when the only thing on the line is your job. I want to know what you're doing when my team's playoff is on the line. That's what I want to know what you do. Don't tell me what you do when it's your job on the line, because your job has always been on the line in case you didn't know it. And my friend, that was your job. You're fired. Bottom line for me. I don't even know why this is a conversation. And Jerry is probably just, I don't know, we're going to see. Maybe Jerry's just saying this to be saying it, because I'm just telling you now. Bro, there ain't nothing you can do for me. There's nothing you can do for me going forward but finish this season out. That's all I need you to do.
Scheme that Matt Eberflus runs?
No, it's more than an adage. The coaching is putting players that taking the things they do best and adapting your scheme to it.
Matt Eberflus?
There's always that chicken and egg thing. Well, the players might have been better if you had more of a pressure attack. You weren't a bend don't break team. Those type of cliches. But no, I'm satisfied that the players we have fit what we're trying to do really well.
Jerry just put the Otis on Matt Eberflus. Own it, Jerry. Own it. Own it, Jerry. And again, I just want to address this thing real quick with Albert, my friend here. No hostility between us. He's in his opinion, and other people are too, as it applies to Dak Prescott. I'm just telling us this: the Dak Prescott narrative, though, actually doesn't hold the water that some people think that it does. And the reason being is this. When you look at the worst quarterbacks to ever win Super Bowls, Brad Johnson was not better than Dak Prescott. Brad Johnson was not better than Dak Prescott. But what Brad Johnson benefited from is that Brad Johnson had a super team around him. He also benefited from John Gruden coming in behind Tony Dungy. Brad Johnson was not better than Dak Prescott. Brad Johnson was on a team with a top defense that even if Brad Johnson made mistakes, even if Brad Johnson didn't score, even if they didn't put up points, they were going to beat those teams because their defense even scored points on strip sack fumbles, on interceptions, on interception returns. Brad Johnson's not better than Dak Prescott, and he won a Super Bowl. Doesn't hold water. Mark Rippon. Dak Prescott was better than Mark Rippon. But Rippon played on another great team, the Oakland Raiders. Some of y'all are too young to remember, but there actually was a time when the Raiders were great. They were not okay or mediocre. They were great. They were in Super Bowls. Mark Rippon. Mark Rippon was not better than Dak Prescott and won a Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler for the New York Giants was not better than Dak Prescott. No shape, form, or fashion better than Dak Prescott. But he had great players around him, and he had great coaching. Coaching matters. Show me quarterbacks who are not as good as Dak Prescott. I'm going to show you great coaching, great defenses, and great play calling. Jeff Hostetler was not better than Dak Prescott. Doug Williams, and I love Doug Williams. Doug Williams was good for a blink of an eye, but he was not better than Dak Prescott. Doug Williams got on a great Washington, at that time, Redskin team. You do know his coach was Joe Gibbs. Joe Gibbs wasn't a good coach. he is a great Hall of Fame coach. Coaching matters. And somebody's going to tell me that Dak Prescott has actually played for a coach that you would truly deem as a great coach. By the time the Cowboys got Mike McCarthy, they got Mike McCarthy the same way they got Matt Eberflus. Man, nobody wanted Mike McCarthy. Nobody was checking for Mike McCarthy. The Green Bay Packers had ran him out of town because he literally wasted the career of Aaron Rodgers. The Green Bay Packers kept that man 6 or 7 years too long. He benefited from Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers didn't benefit from him. He benefited from Aaron Rodgers and a whole bunch of great players around him. And when all of that fell apart, it didn't even fall apart after the Super Bowl. He just couldn't do anything with it. No. The Dak Prescott argument don't hold water. Jim Plunkett, I'm old enough to remember Jim Plunkett, wasn't better than Dak Prescott. Absolutely was not better than Dak Prescott. But what happens? Winds up getting on another great team with great coaching. Coaching matters. And the greatest example of all is Trent Dilfer. Trent Dilfer got on a team with a historically great defense. I challenge anybody. When has Dak Prescott played on when has he played on a team with a historically great defense? When has he played on a team with a historically great play caller, a historically great coach? When has he played on those teams? Dak Prescott has been expected from the day he came in here and he had that great rookie season. This organization and this fan base has expected for Dak Prescott to win despite all of the hurdles that it requires to win on this team. They're not going to hire the best coaches. They're not going to always go out and get the best players. They're not always going to do the right thing. They're not going to do a whole lot of things. And they still want Dak Prescott to win. Oh, I understand it, because he is that talented. He's way more talented than all of these guys that we've named. He's way more talented than Eli Manning was. Dak Prescott is way more talented even than some of the quarterbacks that we call good. But they benefited from good coaching, great coaching. They benefited from having top defenses. I challenge us. And don't you dare mention one of these Dan Quinn defenses. Dan Quinn defenses was nothing but smoke and mirrors when it came down to the tough teams because they couldn't stop the run. And I don't blame all of that on Dan Quinn. I blame that on Jerry Jones for not getting Dan Quinn some of the players. Dan Quinn right now, I promise you, Dan Quinn would not be complaining about some of these doggone players that the Cowboys have on this defense. I do think he'd be doing more with less.
Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we have Coach Schottenheimer on. He told us last Friday, and we heard and played what you said about Trayvon Diggs' health being the reason he's not out there. Schotty told us Friday he was pretty healthy. Diggs spoke after the game and said he was good to go. Where's the miscommunication?
There's no miscommunication. I've never seen a player that usually wasn't wanting out there earlier than he got out there. He felt like he could go. I've never seen it. No, I've seen a lot of players say they couldn't go. But when you are rehabbing, when you're coming back, then it falls into that world where you go out and practice. And when you practice, you're asked to do things the way they're going to be presented to you in a game. And if because of your, I call it because of your health, you might, and your own personal way you play the game, and he's really, Diggs has a very unique way, in my mind, that he contributes to a team. And you've got to absolutely be at the top of your game because he will basically, at times, go away from the scheme to make a great play. And when he doesn't make that play, you can have a bad play.
Whoa! Whoa! So follow what Jerry is saying about Diggs, and let's just make it simple. Diggs is a man-to-man corner. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry, but Diggs should be able to play zone too. And Diggs he has openly spoke out about he is a man corner. And if he's saying this so adamantly, Jerry is explaining something. That he will step outside of what he's supposed to be doing in zone, obviously, and try to do his own thing. Because Jerry just said he steps outside of the system. And this is what they're saying. And we kind of heard, listening to some of this, it sounded like they were talking about trust issues. I still say this isn't just about the field, though. I still say, even with Jerry saying that, I still say this isn't about on the field with Trayvon Diggs as much as it is with his attitude. There are two things that I saw in the last 2 weeks that, for me, I could clearly see why, no matter what was going on with his health, why the Cowboys would not want him on the field. What he said in the press conference leading up to the decision last week, and then the fact that he took a press conference after this game this past Sunday night, and he still was talking about him not playing, rather than saying, no comment tonight, we lost, I don't want to talk about that tonight, maybe we'll talk about it later on in the week, but I don't want to talk about it tonight. It was all about him. And when you add all of that into totality, they're basically saying they don't feel like they can trust Trayvon Diggs to be team-oriented, but be more him-oriented. That's what they're saying, very simple. That's what they're saying, very simple.
And so if you're not capable, and I've seen Deion Sanders, I've seen Diggs make plays that others can't make. But boy, you got to be very capable physically of making those plays. When he is practicing, he's not convincing the ones that make those decisions. He's not convincing them that he's ready to make those kinds of plays.
Now, this is why I say I still don't believe this is just about the things on the field, but it probably is some of it. Because really the question becomes when you start talking about this thing with Trayvon Diggs is, who do you believe? Who do you believe? Do you believe Trayvon Diggs when he says that he's healthy? Or do you believe Jerry Jones and Brian Schottenheimer, who is now saying he wasn't healthy enough? Do you believe Jeremy Fowler, who is saying that he had a good, that sources say he had a good practice? I want to know who his sources is. Or do you believe Mike Fisher? Because Mike Fisher's sources say that he wasn't having such great practices. So who do you believe? I think it's all somewhere right there in the middle. But I will say, if you're having those types of discussions, then it's probably somewhere in between. So maybe that means that you don't think he's not only healthy enough to play, but if he is a man corner and you know you're not going to be running a lot of man, you're also probably saying that we don't trust him playing zone or whatever the case may do. I don't know. But I can tell you this. I'm going to say and give Diggs the benefit of the doubt on this. I don't think this is just about Diggs on the field. And I really wish the Cowboys would just come clean on this. Just come clean on it, man. You know what? We just made a decision. We're not gonna play Diggs no more for the rest of the season. Okay, let's move on. They're dragging this. They're dragging this. Two things can be true. I really say that Trayvon Diggs should look at this as a blessing. Bro, you shouldn't even want to play for the Cowboys. With this whole mess that they got, the mess that y'all got going on, all y'all. Bro, if a team is talking like this about me, I don't want to play for you no more. I don't want to play for you no more. There's only 3 games go. Hey, no big deal to me. I'm going to get my body right. I'm going to be ready for whatever comes after this season. That's all I'm telling the press from this point forward. I don't give a doggone. Stop this nonsense, Jerry. Just stop it. Angie the Rebel Chicks. What's going on? Appreciate that super chat. She said, G, keep cooking. I'm over here praise dancing. Oh, Angie, you ain't heard nothing yet. I ain't even halfway done with Matt Eberflus. I ain't halfway done with that situation. Jaden Justin said, Tom Brady went 10 years between Super Bowls. I'm just saying. Yes, sir. Dak isn't the problem. Jimmy Jackson, hey, I appreciate that super chat. King Kong ain't got nothing on Dak Prescott. And I will. And let me say this next part about Diggs. I really just wish the Cowboys would stop doing this to Diggs. You don't have to put out here in the court of public opinion anything about Diggs. Don't just leave this alone. Hey, man, you know what? We just didn't feel like Diggs was ready. Oh, no, we just didn't feel like he was ready. Diggs is fine. Diggs is still working himself back. So we've just decided that we're going to just sit Diggs. Whatever. Just stop the madness with Diggs. Because it's the same stuff, and this is the same stuff that they did with doggone Jaden Blue. I'm still, as much as I love Brian Schottenheimer, I'm not buying the whole Jaden Blue stuff. I believe Jaden Blue is not the type of running back that Brian Schottenheimer likes, and he clearly tried to explain that to the whole public when he started talking about big backs. Bro, stop doing that dude like that, man. Stop doing that dude like that. Hey, Jaden Blue, he's got some more work to do. We're just going to keep working with Jaden Blue. Leave the rest alone. But don't do him like that. And I even say with Trayvon Diggs, don't do Trayvon Diggs like that. When Jake Ferguson out here got your money in his pocket and he out here ain't living up to nothing that he's supposed to be doing. Shoot. Man, on Cowboys, I don't even know how you can sleep at night after you done paid Jake Ferguson. I'm just telling you. I'm serious. I'm just being serious. I couldn't even sleep at night paying after I paid Jake Ferguson and what I'm seeing for Jake Ferguson. Man, this dude ain't looking, he barely looking better than Travis Kelce. Shoot, I'm struggling. I am struggling with this thing, man. All right, let's get a little bit more in. Let me read Mixed Matrix. She sucks, but I'm glad y'all are seeing now what I've been seeing since week 3 or 4. Flus ain't it, and we could have been something had he been fired then. Shaking my head. Mixed Matrix. Yeah, I always say I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I'm riding with Shotty until the wheels fall off and the frame hit the ground because we got him. But I'm just saying if we could go back and do it all over again. I'm going to show us again where Shotty has failed us. This is a little bit more of this thing with Jerry Jones.
It's a good answer.
Jerry, do you guys feel at all like some of Trayvon's lingering injury issues are related to the fact that he rehabbed outside the facility?
See, I don't like all the Trayvon Diggs stuff. The media is what continues to propel this story. Leave Trayvon Diggs alone. Just leave Trayvon Diggs alone. The media keep dragging it on Diggs. It is obvious the Cowboys are not going to play Diggs. I mean, at this point, what does it even benefit you for him to play? It really benefits Diggs more to play if he's going to put good tape out there. But if I was Diggs, I wouldn't want to put any tape out there. My tape is going to be when teams start calling about me, when the Cowboys release me post June 1st, the tape on me is going to be, I'm healthy. I'm healthy. Call me in for an interview, but I'm healthy. I'll show it to you out there on the field. Stop dragging this dude. Enough's enough. And I just wish Trayvon Diggs would go silent on him too. Trayvon Diggs ought to go silent on him. Man, stop talking about this. You can't control it. Get your body right, bro. Go out there and come back and ball out like doggone DeMarcus Lawrence. My friend Chanel, he said Ben Johnson's play calling is on another level. Yes, sir. Ben Johnson can show you a run formation for 4 plays and run 4 different plays out of that same formation. Shotty's play calling is not good enough. I agree. Time has passed him by. I say he remains the coach, but I really think that the Joneses ought to really think about getting him an excellent play caller. And I would not be opposed to, hey, Shotty, you call this game against the Chargers. But this game against the Commanders, let's let Clayton Adams call and see what he does. Keek. Cook. Keek said, J. Lou, playoffs. D-Law, playoffs. Parsons would have been playoffs. Nashon Wright, playoffs. Cowboys defense, 33rd in total defense out of 32 teams. Facts. Brandy, that's what I've been saying. Let's get a real OC. I think it would help out Brian Schottenheimer exponentially. It would alleviate a lot of pressure off of him. Because he's not only the coach, he's the OC. And that in itself is what creates this divide for me. Because he's so focused on being the coach, he can't go over there and tell Matt Eberflus, do something different. He too busy trying to figure out what he gonna call the next time he come back around. No, put that play calling sheet. Go over there and get on Matt Eberflus. What are you doing? He did it during this game. Do it even more. What are you doing? I want to see some blitzes, and I want to see some blitzes right now. Do something different. Telling you, man, I think this dude would be better if you would let him be the coach. Jimmy Jackson said Ferguson always short of line of gain. Short of gaining the first down. Know what you're talking about, and goes down when a blade of grass hits him. Shoot, Jimmy Jackson, I couldn't even sleep at night. Knowing Jake Ferguson got my money this year. I couldn't even sleep at night. And I might be tossing and turning a little bit on our cornerback out there. I might be tossing and turning a little bit on him too. Deron Bland. I might be tossing and turning a little bit. Jamal Ism, appreciate that super chat. Jamal, I'm with you too. I'll never understand the narrative for Dak. Dak Prescott has been the best thing that's happened to this team since Troy Aikman. Tony Romo was good and great sometimes. Tony Romo ain't Dak Prescott. If Tony Romo would have had a little bit of more of Dak Prescott's mindset, tenacity, studying of the game, Tony might could have done it. Now, Dak Prescott's the best thing happened to this team since the Cowboys won Super Bowls. Jamal Ism said, I hear all the time how he needs everything around him. Don't all quarterbacks need everything around them? G, make it make sense. There are very few quarterbacks that don't need a lot around them. And those quarterbacks are anomalies. John Elway was a failure until he got Terrell Davis. It took John Elway, as great as he was, until his 10th season to win a Super Bowl because they got him Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis was the best running back I'd seen in my life over a 2-year span. Terrell Davis was dangerous for 2 years. But the same thing that made him fall in the draft was the same thing that shortened his career. He couldn't get past the injuries.
It's off season.
Well, I've never been satisfied. We have a serious commitment in all of our agreements that says unless it was bargained out in the negotiation that you should be there under the supervision of our rehab. That's a must, and that's why that's in there, is so that we can be satisfied that you've taken those times during the off season when you have surgery or you have rehab, that you do it under the supervision and under the guidance and the, if you will, pushing the intensity of our own supervision. When you don't have that, it's been my experience that the rehab is compromised.
Jared, do you feel like Trayvon as a player?
This is the problem. The media is dragging this Trayvon Diggs thing. Somebody's got to start getting to the point of saying we're not talking about Trayvon Diggs no more. Somebody's got to say it. Angie the Rebel Chicks. Angie said, refresh my memory. Are we having the same red zone problems we had with Mike McCarthy? Oh, wait, Angie the Rebel Chicks. Can I give you another one? Are we having the same penalty problems that we had with Mike McCarthy? Wait, Angie, can I give us another one since we're keeping it real? Are we seemingly have some of the same motivational problems getting up from game to game that we had with Mike McCarthy? Angie, you and my wife on the same page. My wife has been struggling with this thing, and I've been having to convince her with Brian Schottenheimer because she's saying some of the same, like, some of this stuff looks like Mike McCarthy. You might as well kept Mike McCarthy at this point. I still say he's better with his communication and the way he deals with people. I still take that over Mike McCarthy with Brian Schottenheimer. But I really think the Cowboys should consider getting him an offensive coordinator. I think he's proven himself that he can be the coach for you. But you need to say, but we're going to let somebody else call the plays. I think he is good for your culture. I think he's done a great job with that. But as far as your play calling goes, your situational football, your clock management, man, you got to alleviate some of that. It's too much. Everybody can't do it. Everybody can't do it. I mean, it just is what it is. Everybody can't do it. Some people can. Everybody can't.
Player and sort of locker room presence has been different or changed since you guys signed him to the extension?
Again, I don't want to go there. I think
Thank you, Jerry. And how about say let's get off of Trayvon Diggs?
injury is the big issue.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105 to the Fan. All eyes this week were on George Pickens. His numbers game was not massive, didn't have a massive numbers game. Were you satisfied with the effort that he put out on the tape?
Well, let's put it like this. They did a good job of mitigating him, and it was effective. But as far as his effort, I would have liked to seen him make a few of those outstanding catches that he makes, but I'd like to have seen Dak with more time to get him the ball. So that was the main concern. That was the main reason that he probably wasn't more productive, is just the way we were schemed and the kind of pressure that Dak got.
Has anything changed in the last 2 weeks regarding your desire to bring him back next year in the future?
No.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, with obviously some long odds facing you guys at making the postseason at this point.
I mean, what do they want Jerry to say? Is he going to really say yes? Come on, man, stop it.
Do you worry at all that you may have lost one of the healthiest seasons Dak Prescott has left?
Well,
Why do people think that Dak Prescott won't be healthy next season? Dak Prescott can be, and I think he will be healthy next season. Excuse me. Michael H., I think you make a very great, hold on a second. Excuse me. Executive Shade says, he says Jerry needs a GM already. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. That one is that one there we know ain't happening. But yeah, as we've been talking about, I saw some of us talking about George Pickens in the chat too. And the Cowboys are checking George Pickens out. George Pickens hasn't checked out. They've checked him out. And the way they've checked him out is that they have relegated, and Mr. 72 Chevelle said they relegated him to 3 routes. 72 Chevelle, tell me what the third route is. Tell me what the third route is. Because at this point, I only know of 2 routes that they've relegated him to. They've relegated him to a slant route that everybody is sitting on. The Minnesota Vikings played inside position with the cornerback. So if they try to throw that slant, he wouldn't have to make a big move to get there. He'd already be there. They were begging for sluggos. They were begging for go routes. They were begging for all kinds of things for the Cowboys to do, and they refused to do any of them. They were begging for motion. They were begging for the Dallas Cowboys. Make us come out of this cover 0. Make us do it. We did nothing. The only thing we did is sit back and say, we got no answer. This is why Dak Prescott said. How does Dak Prescott say this? You get beat by the Detroit Lions the previous week. And then you come back and get beat by the Minnesota Vikings at home. Dak Prescott has been beaten in some playoff games. He said this has been the most frustrating game I've been a part of. Oh, one of the most frustrating games. I thought he said the most frustrating, but he might have also said one of the most frustrating games. But notice when he was saying it. He was saying it based upon what the Cowboys didn't do. They had a very poor game plan. They had a poor game plan, and it was poorly executed. And even if the game plan was good, it was poorly executed. I don't think it was a good game plan. Both sides of the ball. Brian Schottenheimer is always, guys, sometimes you just got to look at what a team is doing. And sometimes, man, you just got to say, we about to go bare knuckle up in this thing. We are about to go strength on strength. Sometimes you got to say it. We are about to go strength on strength. Your strength is your cover zero. Your strength is your cover zero defense. Our strength is our quarterback and these two wide receivers. We are about to go toe to toe. Straight up, we going toe to toe. You're trying to take my quarterback away from me with blitzes, and I'm going to tell you I'm not going to let you take away my quarterback nor my two wide receivers with those blitzes. We're beating them. I don't care if we got to throw them up. I don't care if we're throwing it up. The Cowboys didn't work on that enough. They didn't work on that enough. And I'll tell you what's even crazier. How in the world do you practice against this defense? Has anybody ever thought about this? How does this defense get you ready? How? How does this defense get you ready? How does the scout team defense for this team get you ready? Our starting defense in the system that is being ran, it's getting mollywopped. How does it get your offense ready? How do you practice with it? Boy, it's hard out here for a pimp. I'm just telling you. It's hard out here for a pimp, man. Dominic Pittman, CD ain't enough. Yeah, he did. But you heard what I said. My whole team would have came after you. I'm coming after you as the coach. I'm coming after you. CD ain't enough. I'm going to set the tempo. I'm the coach. I'm coming after you. Hey, you heard what, Coach G, you heard what Richard Sherman said? Yeah, I heard what he said. I wish he would shut up. Yeah, I wish he would shut up. I can understand him analyzing the game, but he don't need to be talking about what we're paying our players over here. He's not in charge of anybody's payroll. He don't make no decisions on this team. Yeah, that's where I am. That's where I am. He gonna get the business if it's me. And I'm gonna go off on my team in the locker room. And I'm gonna tell them, when somebody talk about somebody on this team, we don't allow that around here. I'm telling everybody, we don't allow that around here. You come for my player, you come for me. Bottom line, that's where I am. You come for my player, you're coming for me. I don't care what anybody says. You can call, no other coach responds like that, but I do. Shut your mouth when it comes to my player's personal business. You want to analyze the game, analyze the game. But you don't need to be trying to tell us and trying to put out there in the atmosphere of, and if anybody is looking at George Pickens, they need to look at this game. Man, you're not doing that here.
When we extended Dak, we were well aware of his injury history. And that's one of the big angst from a managing of your resources. That's one of the big challenges that you have to weigh downtime. You have to weigh injury time. I will tell you, there's nobody that gets himself in a better position to not wait to lose time than Dak. He's outstanding. His preparation, his work ethic. For him to do that and be at the quarterback position is rare. And so that's one of the big reasons that Dak out there, of course.
Jerry, if Philadelphia wins on Saturday, you guys are eliminated. If that happens, what is the plan for Dak and some of the other starters after you guys are officially eliminated in terms of playing them?
Play. I don't care if the Philadelphia Eagles win out. They need to play. If you play to get hurt, you get hurt. If you play not to get hurt, if you play not to get hurt, you get hurt. Play. No, I want them playing. They need to finish this season on a high note. If I'm Jerry Jones, I expect nothing else. I want you to finish on a high note. Go out there and win the game. Play. Why shut players down? Players have incentives in their contracts, all kinds of things going on. Play. I don't know. Y'all tell me where y'all are on that. I don't know, but I say they continue to play. I say the Cowboys, they need to finish on a high note. They need to finish on a high note. Win the next 3 games. Because I'm telling you now, you don't want to take a 4-game losing streak into the offseason. It is ridiculous to do that. It is absolutely ridiculous to do that. And as a matter of fact, it wouldn't even be a 3-game win streak. It would literally be a 5-game losing streak. I said win streak, I meant losing streak. You don't want to take a 5-game losing streak into the offseason. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You get teams complacent with losing, they become complacent with losing. Man, you don't want your team to like losing under any circumstance. Man, I don't care if it's the doggone preseason, I ain't trying to lose. You ain't trying to lose in the doggone preseason. The heck we talking about? What is the plan? What is the plan for? Play! The heck you talking about? Gravedigger. He said, talking about bringing the right person for the DC job. How about Jim Knowles, Glenn Schumann, or even Brian Haynes, all from the college level? I would. If I can't find some young, hotshot defensive coordinator in the pros working on someone's staff, I'll bring somebody from college. I will. Angie, this is one of the greatest comments you've made. Shotty calls plays like he doesn't realize his defense is bad. Girl, if you ain't never told the truth, you told the truth. If you ain't ever told the truth, you told the truth. Shoot. Man, you gotta call plays like your team. Do you not know what's on the other side of you? Shoot. I'm calling plays like there is no tomorrow if it's me. I'm calling plays like there is no tomorrow. Nah, I gotta call them plays. I can't ever put games. I can't ever put games in the hands of this defense. I can't do it. Not me. I can't do it. Not as it applies to not going out there and giving it all I got as far as scoring. Shoot, Jakira, you talking about Matt Eberflus, aren't you? Had all year. That's it. These 3 games don't mean nothing to me. Shoot. These last 3 games, man, I'm just telling y'all right now. Man, Matt Eberflus, man, these last 3 games don't mean nothing to me. Man, I don't care what you do. Shoot. Only thing that can save your job, I'm just telling y'all, the only thing that can save Matt Eberflus' job for me is that the Eagles lose all 3 of their games, the Cowboys win all 3 of their games, they go to the playoffs, and he throws 10-point, 13-point defensive performances, and the Cowboys win all 3 of those playoff games and go to the Super Bowl. I mean, even the NFC Championship game, I'd be questioning. I would be questioning. Because I would still be afraid that he's going to fall right back into that same old Eberflus. You're fired.
With nothing on the line.
Well, we'll worry about that circumstance when the time comes, but a win is very, very important in the NFL. And a win is important to me. And a win does a lot of positive things. I don't care when it happens. And we owe it to that mirror, and we owe it certainly to our fans that we want to walk out there and be competitive. We will not try for a draft position. We won't be looking at anything like that. We'll be out there playing football, and we'll bring them to play. So that's a long-winded way of saying we'll play football under whatever the circumstances are. If we were getting ready to go into the playoffs, which is the circumstances you're talking about as being eliminated from the playoffs. If we were getting ready to go into the playoffs and in 3 weeks we were lining up for our first playoff game, you might give his status a lot of consideration because you'd want him there healthy for the playoffs.
Jerry Jones joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, we know how much you want another Super Bowl. You've talked before about how the check you would write, if you could see it, it would just be embarrassing. But how far away does that 4th one feel for you right now?
Well, I'm not
2026
in any way. I love the bones of our team.
2026, no later than 27.
In our team right now. And we've got some outstanding players, and we're in good shape with how we've structured our salary cap. And I really like the idea that we've got some extra picks. I like what we've done throughout this year and putting some cornerstones in place that will help us as we go forward. So when I look at our future looks very bright.
Yeah,
and again,
within the next
I
2
think
seasons.
We've got key players at key positions. We've got some great draft picks ahead of us, and we've got some salary cap room to pay it. That's the reason we've made some of our decisions we've made. Don't pay any attention to I read where we don't have much cap room. Well, I think everybody understands that the real test of your cap room is how you manage and put dollars and spread dollars out. We've got more spread out room than we would have had or we've had in the past.
Isn't it amazing? You never would have heard Jerry Jones say this in the past. Salary cap, salary cap, salary cap. Jerry is finally admitting the salary cap is not real. It's just about how you manage it. Salary cap is not real. You just got to manage it right. You can put void years in contracts. You can do all kinds of things. Jerry has finally started telling some truth. Now, he got to own this thing with Matt Eberflus. If he wants to see a Super Bowl within the next 2 seasons, he's got to go out and get a defense coordinator to coach these players he's about to bring in. Because I'm telling you, they're going to bring in some great defensive players again. They got to get a coach that can coach them, though. You cannot allow Matt Eberflus to get his hands on a talented defensive squad and then spend another whole offseason training camp, first half of the season, trying to still get them to play in his system without him making adjustments until you get into the room with him and crack the whip. No. No, no, no. Last game of the season, you're fired. Fired. You're fired. Big D, you said something that my uncle said. You said that when the offense is good, the defense is bad, and when the defense is bad, the offense is good. Also, you said we need to start looking for a quarterback too. They're not going to do that because they have Joe Milton. The Cowboys, if they decide to move on from Dak in a couple of years, I'm just telling y'all, all you Dak Prescott haters, don't be so quick to think Jerry's going to let Dak Prescott walk. Don't you be so quick to think Jerry's going to let Dak Prescott walk. Dak Prescott is officially family for the Cowboys right now. He is officially family. And I am telling you, if Dak Prescott gets a Super Bowl in 2026 or 2027, I think they're going to have a great chance, and I still going to stick with they get this chip in 2026, no later than 2027. Dak Prescott gets a Super Bowl within those 2 seasons. They're going to let Dak Prescott retire as a Dallas Cowboy. There is no way they're going to let Dak Prescott go play somewhere else. If Dak Prescott go play somewhere else, Dak Prescott will break the trend of the Cowboys' true franchise quarterbacks. They never played for another team. Roger never played for another team. Troy never played for another team. Tony never played for another team. I don't believe that Dak Prescott will play for another team either. I still won't be surprised if the Cowboys extend him. y'all don't believe me. Just watch over the next couple of seasons. I won't be surprised if they don't extend him. I won't be surprised if they do extend him. I'm sorry. I won't be surprised.
And, Jerry, you have a lot of those options because of the big Micah deal. Awful injury for him. Do you have any reaction to Micah being hurt for the year and just kind of looking back on how that trade worked out for you guys?
Well, I'm sad for Micah that's quite a challenge. And I wish him the very best on his recovery. And hopefully I'll never forget, I always use this. Michael Irvin said that when he had his big surgery during his, I think, second year with the Cowboys, he said he realized what football really did mean to him. And he said the surgery really launched him into the best parts of his career because he got to feel what it might be like not to play again. And so there's a lot of things that ways you can couch this thing. But, Mike, I wish you the very best.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday, 105 through the Fan. We will finish with this. You are in New York City to receive a tremendous honor being inducted tonight into the National Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. Congratulations. And, Jerry, just speak on that honor for us.
Well, I am rewarded because...
All right, we appreciate Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is getting that award. He's done a lot for the game of football. But I really do need Jerry Jones to continue on the trajectory that he's on this season. I need Jerry Jones to continue to do more for his team. And one of the best things that Jerry can do for his team is getting a new defensive coordinator. I want to switch gears. I want to switch gears to the Matt Eberflus mistake. I talked about this when the Cowboys first hired Matt Eberflus. But as we say in the hood, I want to circle the block on this. I want to circle the block on Matt Eberflus. And this is the reason why I still say also Matt Eberflus has to go. I'm circling the block on this story. The Matt Eberflus story is fascinating. And I still say the Cowboys made a vital mistake by allowing Matt Eberflus to become the coach of the defense. Not just because of his play calling, but because of the way he was ran out of Chicago. It would be different if Matt Eberflus was fired because, hey, Matt Eberflus was a great coach, but he just wasn't winning. I get that. Okay, I'm rolling. I can get that part. I can get down with you if you say, okay, he just wasn't winning, but he wasn't a bad coach. You know, maybe they didn't have some things in place. Maybe it was this, maybe it was that. But all of the staff loved him. The ownership loved him. The players would run through a brick wall for him. They hated to see him go. But when you look at the way that Matt Eberflus came to the Cowboys, this was a mistake from the get-go. This was written by Courtney Cronin, 2024. Bears fired Matt Eberflus amid 6-game skid. Now let's dissect a 6-game skid. A 6-game skid doesn't occur just because you're bad. Now, it may happen because you're bad if maybe it's your first year and you got all these, you know, maybe you've cleared out your salary cap and you're just left with a lot of reject players, you know, second, third team players, and it's a rebuilding. You know, you got 2 years to rebuild. Yeah, maybe you go on a 6-game skid. But when you have Matt Eberflus, and if I'm not mistaken, this is what his second or third season with Chicago at this time. You got the number 1 overall quarterback. And you got some pieces in the run game, on offense. You got some pieces. We could even give you that it's not quite what it needs to be. But the 6-game skid for Matt Eberflus was not just because the team was bad. The 6-game skid for Matt Eberflus was because the team checked out on him. I'm not bringing in a coach that a team checks out on. Y'all tell me what y'all think about that. I'm not bringing in a coach. I'm not bringing in a coach that an entire football team checks out on. Have y'all noticed this? Have y'all ever noticed that when people are saying things about Matt Eberflus, maybe I'm missing it. Tell me the player that has come out and defended Matt Eberflus. Tell me the player that has done to Matt Eberflus what they've done to or for Brian Schottenheimer. These players will always refer to what Schotty says. Even the defensive players will refer to what Schotty says and what Schotty says and, yeah, Schotty says this and blah, blah, blah. You'll hear that. But where do you ever hear them say Matt Eberflus said? You rarely. The only person that I've heard vouching for him this year has been Brian Schottenheimer. I've hardly heard anyone. I just can't recollect when somebody advocated for Eberflus other than Brian Schottenheimer and Jerry Jones. And now even Jerry Jones has turned. Now Jerry Jones has turned. Listen to how this article reads. The Bears fired head coach Matt Eberflus on Friday, choosing to go in a different direction one day after a 23-20 loss to the Detroit Lions that ended with the Bears' furious comeback attempt falling short thanks to clock mismanagement. I think this was the Thanksgiving Day game. Said this morning after meeting with George McCaskey, President and CEO Kevin Warren, we informed Matt our decision to move in a different direction with the leadership of our team and the head coaching position. Bears general manager Ryan Poles said in his team statement released Friday afternoon, I thank Matt for his hard work, professionalism, and dedication to our organization. We extend our gratitude for his commitment to the Chicago Bears, and we wish him and his family the best moving forward. I support Ryan in the decision that was made this morning. We understand how imperative the head coaching role is for building and maintaining a championship caliber team, leading our players and our organization, Warren added in the team statement. Our fans have stood by us and persevered through every challenge, and they deserve better results. Jerry Jones will probably be giving a similar speech at the end of the season. The fans deserve better than Matt Eberflus. The team deserves better than Matt Eberflus. The defense deserves better. Demarion Overshown, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Savon Revel Jr., this entire defensive squad deserve better than Matt Eberflus. Brian Schottenheimer deserves better than Matt Eberflus. I appreciate your professionalism. I appreciate your dedication. But your play calling, your leadership, I don't appreciate it. Our organizational and operational structure is strong, focused, and aligned and energized for the future. I'm telling y'all right now, Matt Eberflus has been an anchor and a weight to Brian Schottenheimer. Have you ever had to defend somebody this bad? Have you ever had to defend somebody this bad? Have you ever had to have someone play and go along with because you can't get rid of them right now? This dude has been an anchor for this team. And I'm not talking about it in a good way. This dude has held this team back. Says here, Thomas Brown, who was recently named Chicago's interim offense coordinator, will assume Chicago's interim head coaching duties as the team gears up for next week's matchup with the San Francisco 49ers. A source told ESPN Jeremy Fowler that Brown plans to continue calling the offensive plays in his new role in a more designed to provide continuity for rookie quarterback Caleb Williams, whose play has improved since Brown took over play calling 3 weeks ago. Eberflus has traits. Nicholas Zuniga, I saw it. Shotty was screaming at Matt Eberflus. I mentioned it earlier. Matt Eberflus has traits. When Matt Eberflus doesn't have the player that he likes or the player that he wants, Matt Eberflus will, I don't know if it's advertently or inadvertently, but he will expose that player so that it seems that that player gets the brunt of all the blame, because he was doing the same thing to Caleb Williams. And I don't think Caleb Williams is as good as everybody said he was, but let's let him keep playing because, hey, let me tell you, Ben Johnson, man, he this dude I think is going to be able to get him to where he needs him to be next season. We'll see. But Caleb Williams improved once Brown took over. Eberflus held a news conference via Zoom on Friday morning saying he felt confident he would be leading the Bears going forward, but hours later, he was informed of the team's decision. Eberflus's tenure ended amid a 6-game losing streak that featured an array of last-second losses, including 18-15 road loss to the Commanders in Week 8. Week 8 that culminated with a tipped 52-yard Hail Mary pass. I remember that one. Embarrassing twist. Bears cornerback Tyreek Stevenson had his back to receivers running downfield as he faced and taunted fans on the final play before racing into coverage. A 2019 loss to the Green Bay Packers in Week 11 featured a blocked 46-yard field goal. 30-27 overtime loss to the Minnesota Vikings that negated a furious rally. Thursday's loss, which ended the Bears having the ball on the Lions 41 with 32 seconds left. Instead of calling his final timeout, Eberflus watched as Williams threw a long pass out of reach of Rome Odunze as time expired. It said the losing streak coincided with dramatic improvement by Williams, which wasn't because of Eberflus, but was because of Brown. And I want to get to the part where he was about to have a mutiny. These players were literally about to go off. The players went off on him in the locker room. It says here, at the beginning of the 2024 offseason, the Bears chose to retain Eberflus despite, so it was his third season, despite going 10-24 in his first 2 seasons. Should have fired him. Poles, who made the decision, said he did so because of the coach's leadership and stability. Really? Said, I really think the head coach needs to be able to captain the ship when the seas are stormy or when the seas have storms and really keep everything settled. Poles said in January, when you go through hard times, he can keep everyone together. To me, that's like a critical piece. But that's not how this ended. Because what actually wound up happening was, and this article doesn't talk about it, but what actually wound up happening to Matt Eberflus is the locker room rose up against him. And the locker room, let me see, can I find that article? I don't know what that guy was talking about, because I'm telling you, that locker room went off on him. They went off on him. Let me see here. And I'm going to just show you this article over on Reddit. I mean, this was public knowledge, though. Over here on Reddit, it talked about it. It said, in Detroit, Bears finally had enough. The locker room was an ugly scene. Players yelled back at their head coach, and he left. The inside story on the days of Matt Eberflus, where he lost his team, from me and DM Rossini. This was ugly. It was ugly. It says here, another crushing and confounding loss for the Chicago Bears meant another post-game speech about sticking together from head coach Matt Eberflus in front of a frustrated, crowded locker room at Ford Field in Detroit. This time, though, team captain Jalen Johnson wasn't having it. Not after another winnable game slipped away. A 23-20 loss to the Vikings on Thanksgiving. To the Lions on Thanksgiving. It said, not after another day of highly questionable coaching decisions. This post-game message required a different tone, a different vibe, and probably a different voice. Like a lot of Bears players, Johnson had enough. Sick of finding new ways to give games away. They wanted accountability and answers. Jalen went crazy, one Bears player said. He was very emotional and ticked off, but rightfully so. He's here. He's been here longer than most, said another player. He was going off more so at Eberflus. According to multiple players and staffers in the locker room, some players were asking why Eberflus didn't call timeout. Other players were going too. Guys were furious. A staff member said it was an accumulation of this season. The locker room was ugly, another staffer said. There was a lot of yelling, said the first player. We felt as players it's been too many instances where we fought our way back into games to lose because of a bad time management and decision making. Multiple sources added that the emotions were so high between the players and their head coach that Eberflus left the locker room immediately after his speech and the exchange with the players. There was nothing left to say. It was a moment for this Bears team that would inevitably force Chairman George McCaskey into something the franchise had never done before. Woo! What? Do what? I'm telling y'all right now. I said this before, I'm going to say it again. I would have been crying as a player of this team. I wouldn't be able to hold it back. I would have been crying. There is no way that I can sit here as Matt Eberflus and looking at the totality of this season, and with two games on the line, do we not realize what this Cowboys defense gave up? I have shown grace to Matt Eberflus and shown grace to Matt Eberflus as much as possible. But when you give up in two crucial games, when you give up 78 points, I'm dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded because I'd have had to cry not to go off. I'd have had to cry not to have a Christian crash out. I would have had to. I'm not taking losses like this easy. I'm not doing it. I'm not taking. Maybe some people can. I can't take these kinds of losses. Not this kind of nonsense. I can take losing when I know we get outplayed. When I can't take losing is when I know the game plan wasn't good. When I know the coaches didn't have us surprised. Didn't have us prepared. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. And this is what wound up happening to Matt Eberflus. And I'm telling us right now, if Jerry Jones makes the mistake of giving Matt Eberflus another chance, there is going to be a mutiny by this fan base, and there is going to be a mutiny by some of these players. You cannot do what Matt Eberflus has done and think that this team is going to continue to believe in the front office, Brian Schottenheimer, or anything that's going on in this team. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. You're asking for more problems going in the next season. I'm going to show you some evidence from over here on X. I've been kind of compiling some things that people have been talking about and with Matt Eberflus. So Bobby Belt posted this on December the 15th, yesterday. And we talked about this after the game. Matt Eberflus blitz rate the last 2 weeks. First quarter, 60%. Second through the fourth quarter, 13.6%. You're fired. You're fired. The moment he stopped blitzing, that's when these games got away. When you look at the game against Detroit, it was 3-10. After he stopped blitzing in that first quarter, the Detroit Lions went on to score 10 points in the first half. 10 points in the second quarter, made the game 20-9. Goes on to score another 7 points in the third quarter, made the game 27-19. Scored 17 points in the fourth quarter. You're fired. You're fired. Jerry can't put his team through what that Chicago Bears ownership did. They should have fired Matt Eberflus after year number 2. Should have probably fired him after year number 1. They gave him another year. There is no way they should have gave him a third year. They let that get to that point. The Cowboys can't do this. They cannot put this team through this mental anguish again. They have got to let this dude go. For the team's sake, they have got to let this dude go. You come back in a crucial game against the Minnesota Vikings. You're blitzing in the first quarter 60% of the time. It is obvious that helped you. The score was 7-7. But then in the second quarter, when you stop blitzing, you let the Minnesota Vikings score 10 points. They scored 10 points in the second, 7 points in the third, and another 10 points in the fourth. 26 points probably beats most teams. But when your defense is like the Cowboys, you need to score 46 points. You need to score 40 points at home. Because it's the only way, even earlier in the season, how the Cowboys were winning games. Bro, you're fired. Cowboys made a mistake. Jerry Jones made a mistake. And the way that I just showed you, the way that Matt Eberflus got fired from that team, Jerry should have never. Let me give you another insane stat from Brandon Laurie. Are y'all ready for another insane stat? If anything, Matt Eberflus coming from the Chicago Bears, Matt Eberflus should be very familiar with the NFC North. Why wouldn't Matt Eberflus be very familiar with the NFC North? I mean, he played them all, what, twice a year? How in the world do you have 12 games of experience, and I'm not even counting the third year, but you've been in the division, you've played these teams back to back, you've played them twice a year. Look at the Cowboys record against the NFC North. Tell me this isn't a travesty. This is Matt Eberflus against the NFC North this season. This is bonkers. Chicago scored 34. Green Bay scored 40. Detroit scored 44. Minnesota scored 34. They scored an average of 38 points on Matt Eberflus. How does he benefit you if he can't beat the teams that he played against in that division? The Cowboys Jerry made a huge mistake in hiring Matt Eberflus. Huge mistake. These are terrible, terrible, terrible numbers. Let me give you some more insult to injury. Let me show you how this man doesn't understand situational football. Y'all ready for this? You're actually not ready for this. This is the 4th and inches play. This is the 4th and inches play the Cowboys needed to stop Minnesota and have an opportunity at winning the game. So, who lines up with 4 down linemen, knowing exactly what they're going to do? Explain it to me. You line up with 4 down linemen. You don't even have the gaps filled in. You're not even trying to play inches. How are you playing the inch game? I could see if it was 4th and 3. We're talking inches, guys. Look how this play. Let me see here. I thought it was a play button on here. Okay, yeah, this is the one. But this is the lineup. Look at this. Ted Wynn said 4th and inches, biggest play of the game. Cowboys line up a 4 down front. Look at the bubbles. Look. Bubble, 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 bubble. This is why he has to be fired. Doesn't understand situational football. Does not understand situational football. Horrific play calling. Absolutely horrific. Jerry has got to own this. Jerry's got to own this. Let me show you another play. Whoever is responsible for allowing Kenneth Murray Jr. to play any downs on this team unless there is an injury, you also deserve to be fired. Somebody explain this goal line defense to me. This is Kenneth Murray. I don't know if y'all have seen this play. It's been floating around on X. It's fascinating to me. Help me out. Watch this play develop. Did y'all see Kenneth Murray run to this gap where no one is? Somebody explain it. All right. Hold up. I just had a glitch. Just had a glitch. I'm sure. Okay, yeah, we're back. Sorry about that. We had a glitch. Explain this to me. I can see if Kenneth Murray is faked out by the motion and one of the running backs running this way. Can somebody explain to me why Kenneth Murray Jr. runs to a gap where no one is? This makes no sense. Look at this play again. What is Kenneth Murray looking at? What is Murray looking at, y'all? What? I can't even explain this play, y'all. It's I can't explain this play, y'all. 72. Somebody can explain. Maybe somebody can explain it. I can't explain this. Big D. You know what? You're making a very good argument there. Diggs can't play, but Murray can. Bro. Jeremy Betts. You know, it's funny you said this. Jeremy said he was doing what he was instructed to do, bro. What we heard. Don't know what Eberflus is coaching these guys to do. Bro, look at this. Foots the King put at the top of this. Look at this. Foots the King said, I'm convinced he's doing this on purpose with a laughing emoji.
No.
Bro! This is the... Boy, you can't make this up. Let me show you another thing. And this is why I say that Matt Eberflus needs to be fired. Because even though this is Kenneth Murray making these plays, they're allowing him to stay on the field and make these plays. And boy, man, come on, man. Man, listen to, I don't know if y'all saw this play. Listen to how Landon Holyfield over on X explains this. I mean, he explains this perfectly, man. Just check this out. This play is even more egregious. And this one will make you mad, man. Let's check this out. I'm going to let you hear Landon's audio. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck. Check out Landon on this. He breaks this down perfectly. Check this out.
Imagine that. Look, 5 down. Send pressure from the edge. Man coverage to the perimeter. Good things happen. Put pressure on an inexperienced, inaccurate quarterback. Make him make brash decisions. Turnover. There you go.
Explain this to me. This is the same thing that happened against Detroit, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Why did he come out of this defense? Why did he come out of this 5-down lineman defense? Why did he come out of it? J.J. McCarthy could have done nothing with this. I don't believe there's nothing he can do with this because he doesn't have the time to throw. They should have ran this 60 to 70% of the time.
Imagine that. Look, 5 down. Send pressure from the edge. Man coverage to the perimeter. Good things happen. Put pressure on an inexperienced, inaccurate quarterback. Make him make brash decisions. Turnover. There you go.
This is another reason that Matt Eberflus should be fired. If I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm not putting up with this. I don't give a doggone what Jerry or Matt Eberflus says. I would have went up to him after that second quarter and said, or in that locker room and told him, we're going back to that 5-man front. We are going back to that 5-man front because it fits the players better. But he's always trying to prove his system is right. Fired. That's where I am. Let me show you another egregious play. Blogging the Boys posted this one. Let me show you another egregious play. We're not going to play the audio on this one because we don't want to get copyright struck. This is another play he should be fired for. Look at this. Egregious. Y'all remember this play?
Yo, G, bless
So you don't prepare your team for this? You're fired. You're fired, bro. I don't care if you win 30. You can't even win 30 games. Bro, I don't care if you win the next 3 games. You done, bro. You done for me. Rico, you tell me. Murray shaving points, G. Man, you tell me, bro. You tell me. Ron Hanna said no knowledge of gap assignments. That's crazy. But they've been doing this all season. But you see this on tape, but I guess they don't because he's still playing. How 1 and 2 why? Scary, I don't know what to tell you. Lockett D, do you get this, man? I don't understand it, bro. I don't understand this. You can't defend Kenneth Murray on this, man. You can't defend Kenneth Murray on this. You just can't. You cannot defend this, man. Superman said, I think Rex Ryan would have done better. Shoot. I'm gonna go one further, Superman. I think you could call the game better. All they have to do is give you the doggone Madden sheet. I think you can do better than this. Frame your life with Nicole. She says it's simple football is rigged. You sound like my son. He says it's WWE. My son says it's WWE. Lockett D, they don't like Flus. Jaden said, where is he going? Jaden, you gotta tell me, bro. I don't understand it, man. I don't understand it, man. I don't understand how you defend this stuff. You couldn't coach another down for me. I don't understand. How do you defend this? This is madness. Whew. This is madness, man. This is madness. I don't understand it. This is inexcusable nonsense, man. Whoever is responsible for allowing this man to play, they need to be fired. Yeah, I turned the audio off on that one, Mount High City, because it get copyright struck. Terrible. Yeah, hey, Big D's, got to give him credit. Heck of a play call. Heck of a play call. But I'm firing you for it. I mean, if you're Matt Eberflus, I'm firing you, bro. You got, man, this dude out there, what's it called? He out there doing the gritty? Shoot, you do the gritty. No. Boy, you let J.J. McCarthy do the gritty on you and win. You fired, man. Boy, I gotta laugh to stop from crying, man. I gotta laugh to stop from crying. All right, let me show you a couple more things before we get out of here, man. I went over a little time I wanted to go over, but I don't mind rocking with Cowboys Nation. I had to compose myself after that, man. It's just, how do you tolerate this stuff in professional football? I don't see how you watch the tape and Matt Eberflus, the same way he did with the Chicago Bears, he makes that Zoom call and he says, yeah, man, I'm confident I'll be the Chicago Bears coach for the rest of the season, only for him to be fired hours later. Bro, he should get the same treatment here. Nobody on this team believes in this man. And I'm going to just tell you the truth. I think Jerry has set him up for even more failure. Because if you tell me it all depends on what he does over the next 3 games, well, you're putting these players in a very compromising situation. They already don't want to play for him. They might miss a couple of plays on purpose now. Man, this is tough, bro. Let me show you a couple other things I came across today. I was talking about, I showed a video yesterday, and I think I have another one I want to show you real quick today. Foots the King posted this today. And I just want to show you how crazy this is. But Brian Schottenheimer couldn't beat this. They ran this over and over and over, and Brian Schottenheimer couldn't stop it. Make sure I put the right one up here. Brian Schottenheimer got outcoached. Brian Schottenheimer got outcoached, y'all. Angie said it earlier. I mean, it's bad enough that the defense is playing terrible. Well, Schotty's got a coach like the defense is playing terrible. Tony Nichols, he said, gee, you may be confusing Schotty sticking up for Flus for giving him rope to hang himself. Hey, you know what? Touche. Because I can tell you, this stuff is indefensible, man. And again, thinking about I'm just showing you the Schotty part. This is why Dak Prescott was so frustrated. Brian Schottenheimer couldn't figure out how to beat this. You got George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, and you could not figure out how to beat this. Even when he kept the tight end in, even when he kept Lipke back here, they could not stop. They could not block this. Schotty couldn't stop this. The way you're supposed to beat this, Chanel mentioned it earlier. The way you're supposed to beat this, it's simple, but it's not simple. So don't let me make it like it's so simple that a child could do it. But the way you're supposed to beat this is that you're supposed to beat this with these players right here. You're supposed to beat this with slants. You can beat this with slants. You should be able to beat this out here with a slant. You should be able to beat this. You should also be able to beat this because there's not going to be hardly, you got one guy back. He can't play both sides. The way you can beat this also, you just run both of these receivers on a go route. Just run both of them on the go route. He can't cover both of them. There's no way he gets to cover both of these. You could actually look him off to one side and just, boom, quick look to this side, bam, throw it to this side. Quick look to this side, bam, throw it to this side. He couldn't beat it. And I saw even on film, even when he kept people back here, they missed some of the blocking assignments. The tight ends missed some of the blocking assignments. They even gave Lipke a concussion. Man, these boys was going at it on the Cowboys. They were coming at the Cowboys full speed. Couldn't beat them. Just couldn't beat them. It's terrible. I don't even know what to tell us on this. It's terrible. But Brian Schottenheimer has got to worry about a defense that can't stop anybody. And also have to worry about trying to beat the other team that he's calling the game against. And Schotty just isn't creative enough to do it. It's the only thing I can tell you. Yeah, exactly, Chanel. Run pick plays. He wasn't clever enough to beat this. And they were begging Brian Schottenheimer to beat it. He wouldn't do it. They were begging him. They were begging him for sluggos. They were begging him. They were begging him for double moves. They were begging, Brian, make us come out of this because we're going to play this so haphazardly that we're not even going to take any precautions. It's on you. You're going to make us, or we're going to keep doing it to you. Kept doing it to him. Kept doing it to him. Yep, Bass. And even when they assigned him, they didn't make they couldn't do some of the blocks. It was bad. It was bad. Bottom line. But when you know that you got these issues, you got to keep coaching it up. You got to get in guys' faces. You got to say whatever you need to say. Blah, blah, blah. You got to get guys going. It's terrible. I don't know what else to tell us, guys. To come out with a game plan like this, I would have had to cry to stop from going off. This was terrible, man. Shotty got out coached. He failed to help Dak Prescott.
There's a couple.
Let me show you a couple of things here. Hopefully we don't get copyright on this one. I'll cut it out later. But this is another video on how do you stop the cover zero. I showed you one yesterday. This stuff is openly available out there. This is what they showed on this one. How do you beat cover zero?
Different releases you can use to win on the slant, but we're going to build this in as many different spots as we can to try to make sure, again, we get the ball to one of our best players, if not our best player on the offense, with a chance to break a tackle and score a touchdown. So there's really two releases we teach on the slant. It's the one route that we have where you have to win inside, right? So if you get an inside leverage defender here, basically shut you off from the inside. But
now, this is one of the tricks they were playing on the Cowboys. They played that inside position in particular on George Pickens. They played that on him. So this guy's talking about there are two different releases that they teach.
you still have to get there. We're going to teach a three-step lock. Some people call it a diamond release. We're going to take 3 running strides to the fade, try to lock this defender's hits opposite where we're going. Then we're going to be violent with our inside hand, right? So we're going to move him with our stem, right? And then we're going to make sure he can't stop us by grabbing us with our inside hand. And we're going to come through flat and friendly to the quarterback. So here's a clip of Roman doing it against inside leverage.
I love
here
this.
He's going 3 running strides, throw by, and then back under flat.
Now, have y'all noticed how the Cowboys are kind of running this slant in particular with George Pickens? See, George Pickens being a glider and things of that nature, he's giving, when they get that inside position, the Cowboys are not doing what this guy said. They're not letting George fake that or give the impression that he could actually take this outside. They know where George Pickens is going. I mean, they absolutely know. Man, you know what? That does sound like Dan Campbell, don't it? Sound like Dan Campbell. They're not giving, George doesn't give the impression that he could take that upfield. They know exactly where George is going. They give away this slant play. They're not coaching this up and say, how do we disguise it? This guy's telling how you disguise it. Dan Campbell, I guess it is.
Here's a clip of Roman doing it against inside leverage.
Oh, I love this. Takes him outside
see here, he's going
and then
3
goes
running
inside.
strides.
We don't run our slants like this. This is what they might need to implement into George Pickens running his slants.
Throw by and then back under flat. And you get a look at it here from the wide. What's his plan, right? His plan is to stem here, lock the defender's hips, be violent at the top end of the route, and then win inside. And then same idea here. If we get a head-up technique or our first step, the defender jumps outside, we're going to single jab, slip inside, push our stem to vertical, be physical here with a punch off, and then create space. Right, so Landon here does a good job single. He pushes back straight. And then right here, right, he's near forearm, near foot, punching off, creating separation. Again, we put this ball here with nobody deep. We feel pretty good about being able to advance it down the field. This is really the one time, right, where we tell the guy he's got to win in there because it's got to end up being ball from the quarterback, you and man. You can't run around it on this one, right? Can't speed cut it, can't go over the top. So we got to use our technique. Again, so when are you going to get cover zero right, and what does it look like? Fourth quarter, fourth down, right on your side of the 50 is one of the places you're going to get it most.
It's crazy that this guy is talking about where you run cover zero. Well, Minnesota ran cover zero on the Cowboys all night. They didn't care what the situation was. They didn't care what the situation was. And the reason why they didn't care what the situation was that the Cowboys refused to beat it.
Often. How can you see it? Where a lot of times you see it by game plan. Pre-snap for us, we tell our guys, right, if everybody is under 8 yards and there is nobody deep, it's cover zero. Now, a lot of the times we will call a play expecting it, right? We'll have a motion. That'll be a man zone indicator for the quarterback just to confirm the coverage. And then we will try to single up, again, our best receiver in a one-on-one from the hash out, right?
This is where I think the Cowboys did a terrible job. I don't think they did a good enough job getting this to George Pickens in particular. I think they did a terrible job of this.
And if you have a free rusher, which they do in this case, right, an extra guy here, the quarterback can hit and throw and get the ball out. Right, in this case, if it's slant, just rocker and throw and get it out. With a great chance, again, to win inside, great chance to advance with the throw.
See, this is what we were talking about yesterday, me and Rumbowski talking about the footwork, and notice, this is exactly what I said you can do. Look how far this guy is back in the shotgun. Not only look how far back he is in the shotgun, watch what he does when he throws it. This guy isn't even going to take a step. I mean, it's barely a step and it's out. Watch this.
Out. Right.
Look at that one. Look, it barely even
if
took
you
a
have
step.
a free rusher, which they do, right, an extra guy here, the quarterback
Look
can
at
hit and
that.
throw
Barely
and get
even-
the ball out.
Barely
Right, in
even
this
took a
case,
step.
if it's slant, just rocker and throw and get it out. With a great chance, again,
Barely
to win
even
inside,
took a
great chance
step.
to advance with the throw. You watch, if we go back to the wide, right, you can watch Luke here with off man coverage.
They did some of this in their cover zero. Watch how he does it.
We're going to push our vertical line to try to move the defender, and then we're going to come underneath flat as we can. Again,
Yep,
the
they did
idea
some of
being,
this.
We have to be able to win this, right? They're going to play this style of defense. You're going to get it over and over and over unless you win.
They were begging Brian Schottenheimer to beat us. Minnesota begged him. I mean, they were on their knees begging him, beat us. Beat us. Go sluggo. Go route. Isolate George Pickens on one side of the field and get it to him. We double dog dare you. How do you have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and you can't do this very basic? If you can't do this, we got major problems. We got major problems.
Situations like this one.
Look at this.
And or generate some.
There's no way you can't get this. This is called coaching. He's got this here going across the middle. He's got this here on the outside receiver on cover zero. He has both of these.
Explosive plays, right? Some 20-yarders. But you can see here, this vertical line gets him to hop and open, and then we take that interior space. Again, different technique here, right? Really good job by Jalen at the
Mile High City. You want to know what's crazy? Mile High City said Flores took it easy on us, to be honest. I've seen him dial up crazier blitzes. Mile High City, you want to know what's crazy? We didn't even force him to go into his bag. He was just running what he just ran. I mean, he was just basically telling us, you're not going to make me do anything else, so.
Bottom, kind of similar situation, fourth quarter, trying to run the game out with one more score to win.
I mean, these looks, when you look at this film, this looks exactly like what the Cowboys were looking at. Even in some of the offensive formations, they didn't execute. And I think this is the one they failed at. They failed at isolating George Pickens outside, faking him to a fade route, and then cutting it in. The Cowboys immediately just want to lay, hey, just slant. No, bro. Teams are taking inside position. They're sitting on that. If they're going to sit on that, man, slug and go. Do the fade route on them. Jump ball doesn't make sense. Chanel, exactly right. Yep. It's called getting your receivers open based on offensive scheme. Brian failed. Brian failed the Cowboys on this. He did. And this is why Dak Prescott was so frustrated. Raven Sessom, he said, I would have fired Matt in the second quarter. Pathetic. Him and them boys were supposed to show out when when J.J. McCarthy did the gritty. Oh, no, that's fight. Hey, y'all remember when the Cowboys went and knocked Terrell Owens off that star? Oh, no, I'd have fought him. I at least would have went and got in his face. When J.J. McCarthy did the gritty, because I would have made sure he got no other touchdowns that night, promise. Shoot, let me tell you something, Raven. He'd have had to beat me that night, because I bet you this, he'd have got blitzed the entire night. From that point forward, he'd have been blitzed the entire night. The entire night. I'm just telling y'all, man, Shotty needs a play caller. Shotty needs a play caller, man. He got outcoached. It's bottom line. We'll take other thing with Michael Irvin tomorrow, Lord willing. I want to close out with the failure rant. And I want to show you where coaching has failed this team the entire season. Coaching has failed this team the entire doggone season. Let me give you some things that I observed. So I noticed something about this team. I noticed something. Brian Schottenheimer is trying to be the smartest man in the room. I understand what he's doing, but this part of it is not working. The issue that I see with Brian Schottenheimer is he wants a championship attitude, but it's not showing on the field. And so then it becomes hard for people to believe in you. The speeches are incredible. The podium, he's great. But the problem is, it's not translating on the field. And in some of the biggest moments during the season, this whole I don't get up for any game. I'm telling y'all now, this is one of the things that has hurt the Cowboys. We treat every game like it's another championship opportunity. Y'all been hearing me say this. I just think there are certain games you got to get up for. Certain games you got to get up for. There are certain games you got to come at your team and you got to tell your team, we're not losing this game today. And let me tell you why. Let me give you the motivation to win this game today. Somebody said grown men and grown women shouldn't have to be motivated. Millionaires should not have to be motivated. I got news for you. We all need motivation. Sometimes it's not just about a man's ability. You got to work on a man's will. Because the will is the thing that surpasses the ability. The will is that thing that says, when there is no way, I'll make a way. The will says, I'm not strong enough, but I'm strong enough. I get that strength from whether it be from my faith, whether it be from God, whether it be for who I'm playing for, whether it be for the bag, whether it be for the chip. I got to reach down deep inside of me Something has got to make me say mind over matter. Something's got to provoke my will. Let me show you what Brian has failed. I remember this early in the season, and I told y'all this. I remember early in the season, we came up against the Chicago Bears. And boy, I was rubbing my hands together. Oh, wait. You're telling me we're about to play the team that fired our defense coordinator? We're going to win this game for Matt Eberflus. Hey, Brian, is this a revenge game? Oh, no, I don't look at it like that. What? They fired your defense coordinator. And you're telling me that when you play the team that fired your defense coordinator, you don't tell your team, we about to get this one for Matt Eberflus. We're going to prove to them that he wasn't the problem, that he is a great defensive coordinator and he is a great coach. Hey, Matt, what do you think they're thinking about you coming back? Oh, I hadn't even thought about it. What? We go into Chicago, and it looked like we were not even prepared. They out-physicaled us. And the Chicago Bears beat the brakes off the Dallas Cowboys. Hold on. I got another one. Do y'all remember when we played the Jets? White Cotton X team. Now, we beat the Jets. Fortunately, Justin Fields is just that bad. But we beat the Jets. But nowhere did nobody say, this is a revenge game. Because White Cotton used to be there. We're going to get this one for White Cotton. They won it, but Justin Fields is that bad. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for the game of the year? The game that should have let me know that this team was not quite there mentally. They have been there with the ability all season long. They have been talented enough all season long to win the majority of these games. But the Cowboys have been losing these games up here. They're losing them mentally. When I go to Carolina and Rico Dowdle comes out to the national media and says the Cowboys better buckle up, I wish he would have said, you better buckle up to my team. I'm telling my team, I don't care if we get beat 100-0 today. There is one player on that team that better not touch the end zone, and he better not get more than 50 yards, and his name is Rico Dowdle. I'm telling you now. I'm not telling you I'm headhunting Rico Dowdle, but I'm telling you this. I'm after Rico Dowdle. I'm following Rico Dowdle into the doggone, I'm following him into the tunnel at halftime. I am on Rico Dowdle. He will not. He's not even walking 100 yards in this game. Hey, did you hear what Rico Dowdle said? He said the Cowboys better buckle up. Hey, you know, Rico Dowdle, hey man, he's a great player. Rico Dowdle didn't care what compliments you were going to give him, because Rico Dowdle said, no, you can try to sleep, you can try to use this over all you want to, but I'm coming for blood. Rico Dowdle ran over us. Rico Dowdle ran through us, around us. Rico Dowdle did everything. And then came at the podium after the game and said, I told them to buckle up. They didn't buckle up. What? Brian Schottenheimer and Matt Eberflus ought to be ashamed. I'm just sorry. Maybe I'm a different type of coach, because you're not going to say that to me. You're not going to say that about my team. I'm putting that up on the bulletin board. Hey, did y'all hear what Rico Dowdle said? Man, y'all talk all the trash y'all want to. All I'm going to ask you to do is back it up. Y'all can talk all the trash y'all want to, but I bet you this. Rico Dowdle bet not score a touchdown. Rico Dowdle wrecked shop on the Dallas Cowboys in Carolina. Hold on. I got another one for you. The Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos cut Javonte Williams. Hey, Brian, is this going to be a revenge game for Javonte Williams? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's just another championship opportunity. What? They gonna cut Javonte Williams. They gonna let Javonte Williams go. And you not gonna even tell Javonte Williams, this one's for you. This one's for you. We want you to run all through them. Offensive line, y'all better block like your life depend on it. But Javonte Williams will get in that end zone multiple times today. Nah, it's just another championship opportunity. We don't even look at it like that. Only for us to get mauled by the Denver Broncos. What? But I love the Dallas Cowboys. I should have knew then. We were not ready for the moments that we were about to face later on in this season. I got another one for you. Then we come back to the crib. We about to play the Arizona Cardinals. We about to play the Arizona Cardinals at home. And they don't even have Kyler Murray playing at the quarterback position. And we all excited. Oh, Kyler Murray not playing. Oh, Jacoby Brissett is playing. Oh, advantage Dallas Cowboys because Kyler Murray would have ran all over us. Jacoby Brissett beat us from the pocket. What? Jacoby Brissett beat us from the pocket. Do y'all know we didn't score a touchdown in that game until the fourth quarter with Ryan Flanoy? Somebody help me out. How in the world did the Arizona Cardinals beat us? And it's that game right there. It's that game right there. That game is a game that's costing us. Because you got to win the easy ones. You got to win the easy ones just in case something goes wrong against the hard ones. You got to win them easy ones at home. It's the Arizona Cardinals. Carolina Panthers, you got to win those. You got to beat them. You let the Arizona Cardinals come in and hold you to an offensive touchdown in the fourth quarter? What? Where's the heart in this team? Where's the motivation to say, I'm going to take command of my season? Where is it? Where is it? Some of us, Freddie, don't need motivation, but some of us do. And the motivation may not be for you, Freddie. The motivation is for the people around you. I'm not worried about Freddie. He don't need the motivation, but the other folk around him, they need the motivation. How do you let Arizona come to Dallas and win? It's doggone, and I don't like to call people trash, but I am telling you now, the Arizona Cardinals is an absolute terrible team. What? Embarrassing. Hold on a second. Let me check something here. Can I help y'all with something? The Arizona Cardinals had only won 2 games when they came to Dallas. They had only won 2 games when they came to Dallas. When they left Dallas, they had won 3 games. Anybody want to take a wild guess? How many games have the Arizona Cardinals won since they beat the Dallas Cowboys? Y'all ready for this? Embarrassing. The Arizona Cardinals has won 0 games since the Dallas Cowboys. Embarrassing. Should have knew then. Should have knew then. This team was not ready for the moment that it came against. Now watch this. You ready for another one? Now, y'all might not remember, but I've been saying this all season. Sometimes you just gotta motivate a team. You gotta find something that makes them dig into their wheel. You gotta find something sometimes. You gotta come to a point and say, we're winning this game because of this, this, and this. Ooh, y'all ready? Irony. I'd been saying this the whole season. I do not agree with this whole, it's just another championship moment. Lame to me. I get it, but it's lame. Because some games are more important than others. And if you don't believe that, you don't understand winning, you don't understand sports. Lame to me. You ready for the irony? After the Arizona Cardinals game, Marshawn Kneeland. The tragedy of Marshawn Kneeland. Marshawn Kneeland passes away. And Brian Schottenheimer did something that he hadn't done the whole season. Are you ready for this, Freddie Morales? Rather than it being a championship moment, does anybody realize that what happened after Marshawn Kneeland, the trade deadline, Marshawn Kneeland, Quentin Williams, Logan Wilson, Overshown, Savon, all that happens in that quiet storm? But what do the Cowboys do? We're dedicating the next 3 games to Marshawn Kneeland. Y'all might not remember what I said. I said they should not only dedicate those 3 games, they should dedicate the whole season to Marshawn Kneeland. They should have dedicated the whole season to Marshawn Kneeland and the next season. They should have used it as their motivating force. Isn't it strange what the Cowboys did? The Cowboys beat the Raiders, Marshawn Kneeland. They beat the Eagles, Marshawn Kneeland. They beat the Chiefs. What were they talking about? Marshawn Kneeland. It was a combination of things. Quentin Williams gave him some motivation too, the way he was playing especially. But the Cowboys were playing with a little extra oomph, weren't they? They were playing with a little extra oomph. And all you kept hearing them say, yeah, man, did it for Marshawn Kneeland. Yeah, man, we did it for Marshawn Kneeland. Yeah, man, we played for Marshawn Kneeland. Did anybody notice what happened after that game? After the Kansas City Chiefs game, I heard nothing else about Marshawn Kneeland. And after I heard nothing else about Marshawn Kneeland, isn't it strange? We commenced to getting mollywopped by the Minnesota Vikings at home. I didn't hear nobody say that Marshawn Kneeland, that we're ashamed because Marshawn Kneeland would be ashamed because we didn't get the ball we didn't get to the ball like Marshawn Kneeland. We didn't do the things that Marshawn Kneeland would have wanted us to do. I heard nobody saying that. You know why? Because they were on to the next thing. They used Marshawn Kneeland as a little extra motivation up in the mind. Marshawn Kneeland don't change your ability. He changes your will. The things that you play for, that's your will. If there's a death in the family, I can remember on a Monday Night Football game, Brett Favre's father passed. People said Brett Favre wasn't going to play. Brett Favre came out and played and lit it up. Why do you think he lit it up? You think it was because he's just Brett Favre? Yeah, he was good, but he was exceptional that night. Why? Because he reached down into his will. That thing that says it exceeds my ability. It exceeds every circumstance on the field. My will is bigger than what's going on. This is the problem. This is the problem. Because not even being beaten by the Minnesota Vikings could motivate this coaching staff to motivate this team. I heard nobody. I heard none of the coaches. I heard none of them after the Minnesota Viking loss. Because guess what? The Cowboys got a gift. The Philadelphia Eagles came out and lost. And all of us were jumping for joy because we were saying the Cowboys are still in it. The only thing the Cowboys have to do is win out, and the Cowboys will probably go to the playoffs, and they will beat the Philadelphia Eagles because they will both have 10 wins, but the Cowboys will have half a game less loss. What do? We came out in the most important game of the season because this was the most important game of the season. And then the Chargers game was going to be the most important game of the season. And then the Commanders game was going to be the most important game of the season. And then the Giants game was going to be the most important game of the season. What did we do? We came out like we was playing for absolutely nothing. We were not playing like we were playing for something. Brian's going to have to change that mentality. It's not a championship moment if you haven't been to a championship. You got to get to a championship to make it a championship moment. I know it's a championship moment because you got the championship in mind. It's not a championship moment. It's not a championship moment. Man, you got to play like every single game is important. And when you know you control your own destiny, could y'all imagine had the Cowboys beat the Cowboys beat the Detroit Lions? And then the Philadelphia Eagles lost. And then you get more motivation because you say, this is ours now. Do y'all know if they beat Detroit and the Eagles get beat, we own this now. We don't need anybody to lose. It's ours. All we got to do is win now. We took care of business with Detroit. Philly lost. It's ours. Where is somebody having these conversations? Instead of saying that it's every single time it's a championship. Nah, bro, you don't get to say that. We haven't been to a championship in 30 years. You don't get to say that. You don't get to say that as this team. I'm not using that language with this team. It's not a championship moment until you reach a championship. You got to play every single game like it's elimination time. Forget a championship moment. It's elimination time. I'm telling my team, this is not another championship moment. It's win or go home. It's put up or shut up. It's mano a mano. This separates the winners from the losers. Which one of you? I got to tell them. I'm tired of the coddling. We don't win just because we're the doggone Dallas Cowboys. That's not why we win. That holds no water because we haven't done it in 30 years. I know what you're trying to do, Brian. I know what you're trying to do. But when do you finally say it's not working? I don't care about you dropping 95 F-bombs in a speech. I don't care about you. Tony Dungy didn't have to drop F-bombs to win. I don't care about you cursing. That don't make you competitive. What makes you competitive is what you do on the field. What makes you competitive is your will. What makes you competitive is winning. I'm not listening to it. Not listening to it. That's why I said you heard one Brian Schottenheimer press conference. You heard them all. I'm not listening to it. Not listening to it. That's why right now this team right now should win the next 3 games. And now I'm going to be honest with you like I was with my wife on the way home. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that we're not going to win the next 3 games. Because of all of the promises, of all of the rah-rah, of all of the speeches, of all of the culture, even with all of this talent, it is only accumulated 6 wins. Failure. I'm not saying I wanted Brian. I'm not saying the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl because I said they were not going, but I said they were flashed and they have flashed. But they should have flashed a little bit more. The Cowboys lost some franchise building games. You build franchises on a Minnesota win. You build franchises on that Detroit win. You build a franchise. Those are the kinds of games that you look back on and you say, you know what game it was? That game we beat Detroit. When we beat Detroit on the road, that was the turning point. Where's the turning point? Where is it? Where's the turning point? Where's the turning point? This is why I say the Cowboys have got to win out. You need a turning point. You can't wait until next season to turn this around. You got to say we turn this around this year and then we ride that turnaround in the next year. Because if you don't get it this year, you're going to go in the next year and you're going to still be looking for the turning point. And I'm telling you, Jerry is going to go out there, and I'm telling you, this is one thing I'm betting on, and I know it's going to be true. Jerry Jones is not going to disappoint. Jerry Jones is going to go out there, and he's going to get these boys even better players. You better believe he's going to do it. Jerry is going to get them better players. Jerry's going to get an edge rusher. Jerry's going to go in the draft. He's going to get cornerback, linebacker, safety, anything we want. Jerry is going to get it in the free agency, and he's going to get it in the draft. And I'm even going to give Jerry this benefit of the doubt. And it's going against what I'm feeling. I think he's going to fire Matt Eberflus. I think he's going to fire him. I think he's going to go get a defensive coordinator. Because I think Jerry is feeling it. He cannot take Matt Eberflus into next season, and I think he knows it. He doesn't want that same mutiny they got in Chicago because it's coming from the fan base. It's going to come from the fan base. It's going to come from the content creators. It's going to come from the media. They will destroy this team. You got to get you got to get a turning point, and it's got to be this season. You got to turn this season. You got to say losing ain't good enough. Man, I love what Jerry is saying. It ain't good enough, guys. Y'all get y'all butts out there and y'all keep playing. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, we out the playoffs. Get your butt out there and keep playing. Not just because you're getting paid, but because you're men. You're men. Get your butts out there and keep playing. Pitiful. Pitiful. Poopy D, I agree with you. This is why I said they need to go get them a young mind out there as the defensive coordinator. Man, get you somebody young, man. Get you somebody innovative. Stop getting these guys who got these old antiquated ways of West Coast and West Coast offense and Tampa 2 and basic cover 2s. And man, I don't want to see no more of that stuff. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm just keeping it real tonight. It's a Reality Tuesday for me. Man, I'm sorry. Bro, if you can't beat cover 0, if you can't beat cover 0 with Dak Prescott, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Kevontae Turpin, Ryan Flanoy, Jake Ferguson, Brevin Spanford, Javonte Williams, Hunter Lipke, Malik Davis. You can't beat cover 2 with that. I'm struggling. I'm struggling even with bad tackles. I'm struggling that you can't beat cover 2. I'm struggling. Matt Eberflus, lost cause. Too stubborn. Not a motivator of men. Finger pointer. You're fired. You can't coach for me no more. Amen, Poopy D. Playing for a job. Can't coach for me no more. Betty Green. I've been a Cowboy diehard fan all my life, and I must say that we need a coach that has the fire of a Jimmy Johnson. I also don't understand why Michael Irvin doesn't step in as our coach. They need some fire. I said it early in the stream. They need a jolt. Brian is not a jolt. Brian is a great... I believe Brian can do this. I do believe he can do it. I just don't believe he can do it and be the play caller. I don't think he can do it and be the play caller. I think it's too much for him. Everybody can't do this. I think it's too much for him. I do. Said his fan show, he said, you would think Shotty would have Googled how to beat cover 0. Said his fan show, that's what I did. Ty Howard. And again, the disappointment for me is not the fact the Cowboys are not, and I'm still holding on to that 1%. But the disappointment for me is not that more than likely they're not going to the Super Bowl. But they had franchise-turning moments, man. When you get franchise-changing games, man, you got to change the franchise. Do y'all know the Cowboys could have changed the narrative? If they beat Minnesota, if they beat Detroit, if they beat the Chargers, they changed the narrative. But guess what the narrative still is? Can't beat winning teams. I think we might be, 1 or 2 winning teams this year? Can't beat winning teams. You choke at the biggest moments. You're a soft football team. Man, you got to change those generational curses. And they had an opportunity and they didn't do it. I'm struggling. I'm not struggling with the Super Bowl, but I'm struggling at how do you not come out with more fervor against the Minnesota Vikings and Detroit Lions? Because I didn't see a team that was playing for its life. I was looking at a team, to me, that seemed like they thought they were going to walk on the field and win. All right, guys. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Let me read these super chats and I'm going to get out of here. Grave Digger. He said, what they've been doing for the past 30 years is literally the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And that's why I'm telling us, guys, and I was telling us this early in the season. Brian Schottenheimer's podium speeches, they're falling on deaf ears. And the reason why they're falling on deaf ears is that they're not translating on the field. They're not. They're not translating on the field, man. The only time they translated on the field, and Brian needs to take notes, is when they were playing for Marshawn Nealon. I'm just telling you, man, if you don't think men need motivating, Freddie Morales don't need motivating. There are others that don't need motivating. But I can give you a whole bunch of other folk. They need motivating. They do. You would think that going to the playoffs would be enough of a motivator. Man, but some guys, you got to go above and beyond. I'm just sorry, but it is what it is. It's human beings. Tony Nichols, he said, facts, G, football is not golf. Those revenge games, the Cowboys should have been turned loose like hungry wolves on raw meat. I'd have had my team at a fever pitch. I'd have had my team at a fever pitch on them games, man. Son of John, what's going on? Good to see you. He said to me, the way that DC can rebound next season for Schottenheimer to be successful is to coach like Jimmy Johnson. I'm going to tell you how this defensive coordinator can rebound for me, Son of John, for next season on another team. I can't no more with Matt Eberflus. If you can't be faithful over a few things, I refuse to put you over a lot of things. If you can't be faithful and play good and adjust when you don't have the players, I promise you, I'm not going to give you the players and then let you coach them. You don't get the coach privilege, bro. There are all kinds of defensive coordinators out there that wish they had players, that wish they had super studs all over the field, and they don't have them. And they still are not the 30. I mean, they're still not the number 65th ranked defense in the league. I said 65. This is probably the worst defense we've seen in 2 years. This is the worst defense we've seen this year and last year, I believe. Man, no, you don't get no redemption arc from me, bro. Your redemption arc is going to be on another team. But your redemption arc will not be with the Dallas Cowboys. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Y'all let me know in the comments. Y'all keep this thing going. Like, share, subscribe. Appreciate all of you. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.